Welcome to the May 13, 2025 Millbrae City Council meeting. I'd like to call this general meeting to order at 7:17 p.m. City Clerk, would you please do a roll call?
Councilmember Nguyen.
Here.
Councilmember Riley.
Here.
Councilmember Rinaldi.
Present.
Vice Mayor Halliburtt.
Present.
Mayor Fung.
Here.
All members of City Council are present.
Thank you so much. And please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance for those who are able. Please be seated. And we will begin tonight's meeting with the agenda overview and staff briefing, because we don't have any ceremonial presentation today. City Manager Tom Williams, would you please provide some City Manager update?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Good evening to you, members of the City Council. Tom Williams, City Manager. So as you all know, this last weekend we had a very busy weekend here in the city of Millbrae. Last Saturday we had the bike rodeo and the art show on Saturday. First, starting with the bike rodeo, I'd like to just recognize some of our staff, starting with our Bureau Chief, Eamon Allen, our City Engineer, Ahmad Haya, Jeff Gabriel, our Recreation Manager, Craig Sintas, our Public Works Superintendent, also our Senior Engineer, Armando Mora. We're all in attendance helping out, plus volunteers from our Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee. So really appreciate the effort. I know some of the council members were there. You'll probably make some comments during your city council updates. But all in all, we had probably right around 250, 300 kids. The Highway Patrol gave out 150 helmets. We had local food trucks and vendors, a lot of information about city events, city activities, such as traffic calming, safe routes to school. So a really good event that will continue. But again, really like to thank the sheriff's staff and our staff for pulling that together, and the volunteerism and our community members. Also the art show, John Hipley, who gave a presentation a couple of months ago or a couple of weeks ago here on the art plan. Thank you, John, as the chair of our Cultural Arts Advisory Committee. A fabulous art show. Local artists from elementary school through middle school, high school, and adults. They had the Mills Jazz Band that played that was just fantastic. Actually, I have a video of it, but I'm not going to show it. But the Mills High School Jazz Band, just amazing. My understanding also from Mr. G, who's their conductor, they've won a lot of awards this year up and down the state. So that was a real treat and a nice addition to the art show. And then also, just to bring the public's attention, we have road closures on Broadway because of the construction project that's occurring at 1 Meadow Glen, which is also the old Office Depot site. So Broadway will remain closed near the intersection of Meadow Glen and Broadway from May 9th to May 23rd between the hours of 6 a.m. and 5 p.m. This is to accommodate utility construction within the roadway, undergrounding of utilities, that type of thing. The alternate route will be Broadway south of the road closure via Magnolia and El Camino. And so we just really appreciate everyone's patience during this time, because we know how busy that area is with Trader Joe's and Living Spaces and Safeway. But with the construction project, if you have any questions, you can contact our Millbrae Public Works Department. The telephone number for everyone listening is 650-259-2339. Again, 650-259-2339. If any community members have any questions about the construction over at 1 Meadow Glen, the Office Depot project site. Also, we continue with our commission and committee annual recruitments. The applications, the deadline is May 16th. So we're looking for residents who are passionate about making a difference in the community by joining one of our 9 commissions and committees. And by joining a commission and committee and volunteering, people will have the opportunity to influence policies, advise the city council on key decisions as we move the city forward in a positive direction. So the committees that we have are Community Enhancement Advisory Committee, Cultural Arts Advisory Committee, Economic Development Advisory Committee, Parks and Recreation Commission, Planning Commission, Senior Advisory Committee, Sister Cities Commission, and our Youth Advisory Committee. and then a new Citizens Oversight Committee that will meet twice a year to oversee the revenue from our fire assessment and our increase in our TOT from 12% to 14%. Okay, upcoming events. May 15th is, used to be called Bike to Work Day. Now it's Bike to Wherever Day. That's 7:30 to 9:30 at the Millbrae southbound Caltrain platform. We will have a station there, I think a water station, and various bags for a small cycling bag with a shoulder strap for people to carry various items. So that's a giveaway. Other fun giveaways, I think granola bars and like I said, water, refreshments. So that is May 15th, starting at 7:30 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. at the southbound Caltrain station here in the city of Millbrae. So Bike to Wherever Day. Also, June 2nd is the 6th annual Mayor's Cup Golf Tournament. It's a joint tournament between the Rotary Club of Millbrae and the City Recreation Department. So if you're interested, you can contact the telephone number, 650-259-2338. Also, you can register online at bit.ly/millrec, 1L, M-I-L-R-E-C. So bit.ly/MILREC. This has turned into a great event, the Mayor's Cup. The revenue that's generated is split 50-50 between the Rotary Club and the city of Millbrae. And we've been averaging right around $15,000 a year back to the city on this event as a fundraiser that goes into our recreation department for youth scholarships, for sports programs and arts activities. So it's a really nice program for fundraising that goes right back into the youth of the Millbrae community. Also on June 6th at 1:30 p.m., we have the Pride flag raising. This is in collaboration with the San Mateo County LGBTQIA Commission that we host annually. Again, Friday, June 6th, 1:30 p.m. This is at Civic Plaza. This is the area where the flags are between the library and the David J. Chikuti Center. And so Pride flag raising, June 6th at 1:30 p.m. Also, Juneteenth, which is now a local holiday, state holiday, and national holiday. We will be doing a joint celebration for the Juneteenth holiday on Saturday, June 7th, from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. at San Bruno City Park. So we had a big event last year. San Bruno had a big event, and the recreation departments got together, talked to some of our vendors and participants, and they came up with the idea that it would be good for the two cities to collaborate. So we're going to try it this year. So Saturday, June 7th, 11 a.m. to 3 p.m., San Bruno City Park. We'll have refreshments, live music, crafts, as we honor the freedom and resiliency and unity of what Juneteenth celebration, which the actual date is June 19th. And just for the knowledge, that was the date in Texas that 3 years after the Emancipation Proclamation that the last people that were enslaved were actually set free. So that's what that holiday recognizes. We also then have a Juneteenth flag raising on the holiday, June 19th at 10 a.m. And this flag raising will be out in our community area again between the David J. Chikuti room and the library. So that flag raising 10 a.m. June 19th. And we'll have light refreshments, and usually we have some official speakers, and then we do an open mic for people just to comment about the day. And then lastly, we have movie night that returns starting June 13th at sunset. This will be outside at Central Park. So we have, I don't think the movie's been selected yet. I think we always ask the community what movie they'd like. So I believe that is currently online. So we're looking for community members to pick the movie for June 13th. But so put that on your calendar. I know that's a month away. But outdoor movie night at Central Park, Friday, June 13th. And Mr. Mayor, that is a quick recap.
Thank you so much, City Manager. Can I also get a report out for May 13, 2025 closed session, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The council met in closed session and there is no reportable action.
Okay, thank you very much for the update. Item number 3, approval of minutes. We have the closed session meeting minutes on April 22nd, 2025, and also the regular meeting minutes on April 22nd, 2025. Any council comments or discussions on these 2 meeting minutes? Otherwise, I'd like to entertain a motion.
Motion to move forward.
I think we can use the computer. Okay, here we go. Okay, all right, we have a, we'll get you next time, Councilmember Rinaldi. We have a motion from from Vice Mayor Holliper, and then also a second from Councilmember Nguyen. Any final comment, any public comment on these meeting minutes? All right, we can have your vote, please.
The 2 set of meeting minutes passed by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you very much. We don't have any oral report from City and Committee Commission Chair tonight. So moving on to public communication, which is the section of the agenda reserved for those who wish to comment on any item not appearing on tonight's agenda. However, a speaker must address subject matter within the jurisdictions of the City Council. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. The speaker is to address directly to the entire council and not individual council members nor the public. I don't think I have any, oh, I do have speaker slips right here. Oh, wait, item 13, no, I do not have speaker slip for public communication.
That's correct. We did not receive any public communication speaker slip. However, we have 2 hands raised online.
Would you please call the online speaker, please?
Certainly. Ann Snyder, please accept the unmute.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a request to pull agenda item 8 from consent calendar. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, next up is Yased. Please accept the unmute.
Hello, hopefully y'all can hear me okay. My name is Yasid. Good evening, council members. Thank you for this time. I can't see my time, which is unfortunate, but yes, so I live on the 300 block of El Camino Real. And as far as things not related to the agenda tonight, I would like to specifically talk about the land acknowledgement at the top of every meeting agenda. I appreciate its presence in writing, but I've noticed it's inconsistently skipped, I'll say, during meetings, especially lately. And I would respectfully urge the council to begin reading those, at least in part, as lots of other cities do, lots of in the Bay Area do, and I've noticed, for example, the planning committee does. So anyway, again, I can't see my time, which is really unfortunate, but I'm also really disappointed with the pedestrian hostile infrastructure that was installed on El Camino on the block I live on. Instead of, creating a crosswalk, there were barriers that were put in to just discourage crossing, which, the downtown and El Camino Real specific plan on page 47, figure 4.2, it clearly shows a crosswalk, and I know that that's just like a rendering or whatever, but feels like that was the plan, and I'm curious to know why the plan is being disregarded or what the plan is, if there's a different plan. Similar vein, the lots that were demolished over between Taco Bell and their shops toward Millbrae Ave. Curious to know why that's fenced off. It also looks like it's supposed to be a street. So, living on the 300 block of El Camino, and I commute on Caltrain, so it'd be really convenient to be able to use that as a street. Yeah, I think that's all I got. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for the comment.
All right, so that is all the speaker for public comment.
Thank you so much. That closing the public communication for this evening. Moving on to consent calendar, we have a request from the public to pull item number 8. Anyone else would like to pull any other item between 5, 6, 7, and 9? None? Okay, seeing none. Any public comment about 5, 6, 7, and 9? Seeing none. So item number 5, approval of encroachment permit fee waiver for rolled-off boxes for the no-charge cleanup service for multifamily property owners and managers provided by South City Scavenger. Number 6, adoption of a resolution awarding a construction contract to Golden Bay Construction for the Hillcrest pressure reducing valve project in the amount of $299,137, establishing a project contingency of $44,871 for a total project budget not to exceed $344,008, authorizing the city manager or designee to execute all contract documents up to the project budget, and finding that the project is exempt from CEQA. Item 7, adoption of a resolution accepting the Awani Complete Utility and Pavement Rehabilitation Project as complete, approving the revised total project construction budget, and authorizing the filing of a notice of completion with the San Mateo County Recorder's Office. Item 9, adoption of a resolution authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute a contract to Ring Central for telephone systems and support services. I'd like to entertain a motion if anyone has any other comment on it. Okay, we have a motion to approve from Councilmember Rinaldi. You have a second? All right, we have a second from Councilmember Nguyen. Your votes, please.
Consent items number 5, 6, 7, and 9 passed by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you very much. Getting to item number 8, which is the authorize the mayor to sign a letter of support for BART Regional Transit Connections application. And this has to do, I believe, is the $10.3 million faregate, part of the Measure W grant that the Transportation Authority is opening up application for until the end of, until I believe May 30th is the deadline. Public wants to pull this item. City Manager, do we have any presentation, or just perhaps just describe this a little bit?
Yeah, no, Mayor, I think you summed it up quite well.
Yeah.
So we're here to answer any questions.
Okay, fair enough. I suspect that, why don't we take some public comment on this item, if any?
Okay. The first speaker is X. X, please accept the unmute and state your name for the record.
Yes, hello, this is Grace Schwarup. I am opposed to sending a letter in support of funding this. BART's own website states that the gates are funded by a mixed use of sources, including a 5.5 fare increase that began in January that's expected to contribute $30 million a year for capital improvements. There's also Measure RR funds, and also lots of regional transportation agencies, not only San Mateo County, but also their state and federal grants. This is directly from their own website. The gates were supposed to be started to be installed in May in Millbrae. I have not seen anything about that. The question is, are other counties bearing the costs? Why are we being asked at this late stage? Beyond funding, the gates actually don't solve a problem. They just slow it down. You still piggyback on other fare payers. And so the question is, what happens at the end of the night? Do they just open the gates? Because they're not enforcing the fare evaders currently in much of the city that I've seen. So are they just going to open the gates and let them in Millbrae anyways? Until we have these answers, I don't think we should contribute support for them. Also, they're obscuring the true costs of the operations for themselves by trying to ship the capital costs to counties and other agencies. It needs to be explained, are there more overruns, and that's why they're coming back for more money. Anyways, I just think there needs to be transparency and trying to shift costs to counties and local transportation agencies at this late stage is unacceptable until we have the answers. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ann Snyder. Please accept the unmute.
And thank you for pulling this. I understand the situation and the need for the new fare gates. My concern is, and I see that this is step one of the process, sending a letter supporting the application to use county measure, whichever measure it is. And part of me is okay with that. For years of hearing BART or having BART board members tell me directly, well, you know, San Mateo County didn't vote to bring BART in, therefore we've always been treated like second-class citizens. this is one way to show that we have ponied up and put that money there. My greater concern is this thing going around that requires or requests the cities to let the county cover this, but come back to the city for money. And given that Millbrae has so many fair gates, that $3 million is a huge hit. So I just wanted to hear what Millbrae is doing to make sure that the county doesn't pull a number on Millbrae like they did when they offered us a $12 million loan to rebuild the rec center and then pulled that loan out from under us. I guess you could say I don't trust the county, and I don't have a lot of trust about BART, but the fair gates are needed. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment. Anyone else?
No, Mayor, we do not have any speaker slip or hands raised online.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much for the public comment on this item. Let me just kind of bring the historical context of this a little bit, and perhaps that will help the council and the public and those who are on Zoom. The fair gates, I think it's, what about total? How many pieces of the fair gate total? Yeah, 80 some pieces of fair gates. Yeah, total 82. 15 of those in Coma, which happen to be within the San Mateo County unincorporated area. There's Daly City, which is 13. San Bruno was 13, and then South San Francisco is 12, and Millbrae has 29 of them. So in terms of the cost breakdown, I believe between San Francisco as well as Alameda County, their respective TA pays for about 55% of those installation costs. And the rest of it, BART and the rest of the district actually come up with some of those funding to pay for it because they're part of the BART district. For us, you know, there had been a MOU, I believe some of you already have read the Daily Journal. The County of San Mateo, also the county executive, along with our MTC representative, have tried to negotiate some kind of an MOU where the county will front the $10 million to guarantee the Fairgate funding, and then ask the city to backstop that $10 million obligation in case the Transportation Authority do not come up with the funding to pay for the installations of all these Fairgate. So what I will say is that these fair gates are very important to each and every one of, it's important for the entire BART system to reduce and eliminate fare jumping and ensuring that the public safety aspects within the BART system maintain the integrity of that public safety aspect of the entire BART system. And one of the caller a moment ago said something about, do they open up the gate at the end of the evening and just, and I asked exactly that question to the BART representative, and their answer was no when they answered me. So, you know, more of these discussions will come in front of the Transportation Authority meeting, hopefully as early as June, because it's my understanding that they will be seeking the approval right around that time. So, but what I will say is that this is an important aspect for the city to ensure the public safety around the BART station and to make sure that there's, to eliminate the fare jumping in and out of the BART system, whether it's in morning or at the end of the evening. So this is an important installation, and it's an important safety feature for BART, and it's also important for the cities as well. So this needs to get done. And, you know, supporting the TA to provide the funding to install these Fairgate would eliminate the need for each individual city to have to shoulder the cost of it. So that's also an important aspect of it as well. Despite the city wanted to negotiate some sort of an MOU, perhaps the city manager has some detail on it. I don't know if there's any other thing you want to add to it,
yeah,
Mr. Williams?
I'd rather, I mean, for me, I focus on what the item is at hand, which is just simply a letter of support for BART's application to the San Mateo County Transportation Authority for funding of the fare gates. You know, as you mentioned, the other county, Santa Clara County is paying 100%.
They're paying their fair share of it.
Through VTA,
right.
The Valley Transportation Authority. So what you have in front of you is just an action to sign a letter of support for BART's grant to San Mateo County TA. What's not before us and on the agenda is the county's offer, to fund it. But, to your point, my understanding is that the timing that the Transportation Authority of San Mateo County will take an action on the grant is June 5th. So we're only a few weeks away. So, this bridge loan or offer by the county just seems moot.
Okay, so that's the update to this application. I would be in favor to signing this letter, so I will make a motion to providing this letter to the Transportation Authority supporting our BART's application. I'll take further comments from the council, if any. Mr. Vice Mayor.
Yes, thank you. Just to make a comment, I believe the difference between the counties is that
Yeah.
can you hear me? Okay.
Yep.
The counties from which BART is contributing to the cost are the counties that pay into BART, right, through assessments, right, that are within the BART district.
Yeah, that's
San Mateo County, for better or worse, is not.
correct. So the three counties, Alameda, Contra Costa, and San Francisco, are in the BART district, and they are paying 50% of the cost.
Okay, so it's not even fully funded by BART within those three counties.
Correct. Yeah. Okay. And those transportation agencies in those counties are the ones that are funding the project, not the individual cities.
Yeah. I would just say, anecdotally, I think the fare gates have been successful. Are they perfect? No. But I've just, as a BART commuter, I've noticed, I think, a reduction in the amount of, homelessness and really an improvement in the safety on BART. And I think it would be great to be able to have these fare gates within San Mateo County, and hope that the Transportation Authority is willing to pick up the cost. Thank you.
Any further comments? Okay, seeing none, we have a motion on the table and we have a second.
Item number 8 passed by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to public hearing, opening up the public hearing this evening, which is the introduction of item number 10, which is to waive the first reading of an ordinance adopting local responsibility area, LRA, fire hazard severity zone as designated by the state fire marshal and finding the ordinance exempt from CEQA. I just wanted to disclose to the public that I've reviewed this item and there is a map that comes with this item, designating certain area within the city of Millbrae to be very high, and moderate fire safety zone, a fire hazard zone, and I personally live in one of those zones, so I will be recusing myself from this discussion.
I've also reviewed the fire maps as well, and I live in that region as well, so I'd like to recuse myself.
And Mayor, if I may, and the city attorney might want to weigh in here. In 2009, there was an FPPC letter to the city of Pismo Beach on this very question when city of Pismo Beach was adopting these fire hazard maps, and the FPPC opined that elected officials that have properties within the district do have a conflict, and so that is where the ruling came from on the conflict of interest. And we've checked the other 3 council members, and there's no conflict of interest with the parcels that they own. So I don't know if the city attorney wants to add anything.
No, that's correct. So recusal would be the prudent.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Vice Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And we have with us from the Central County Fire Department.
Yeah, good evening, honorable members of the board. On behalf of Chief Pucci and Fire Marshal Koch, I'm Jonathan Cox, Deputy Chief for Central County Fire Department. Just here this evening to speak about the introduction of an ordinance related to the local responsibility area fire hazard severity zones. Next slide, please. Just a bit of background on what the fire hazard severity zones are. They come out of a 1980 bill after the Panorama fire in Southern California, where the state actually required the establishment of fire hazard severity zones for what's considered the state responsibility lands in California. State responsibility lands are those lands, predominantly unincorporated lands, that the financial burden for suppressing and preventing fires falls to the state. After the tunnel fire in 1991 in Oakland, the Bates Bill was introduced, and that Bates Bill basically required the state to also give fire hazard severity zone ratings to the local responsibility areas. Those would be incorporated cities where the financial obligation for firefighting falls to the local government. The maps were released in 2008 for the very high fire hazard severity zones. At that time, the LRA in the city of Millbrae did not have any very high fire hazard severity zones. In 2021, the legislation was updated to include LRA being designated not only very high, but also having designation for high and moderate as well. And this year on February 25th, the city as well as CCFD received the maps from the state of California that now do designate very high, high, and moderate fire hazard severity zones in the LRA within the city limits. Next slide, please. Just want to speak a bit to the kind of science and method behind this. These maps come from the state of California, from the State Fire Marshal's Office, which is a division of CAL FIRE. The updated maps this time have used a 5-module process to actually establish the fire hazard severity zones. That starts with the delineation of wildland and urban. In this case, the predominant wildland areas is San Francisco watershed that's west of Highway 280. The urban area would be the area within the city on the east side of 280. After that, the fire hazard severity zone classification was designated on those wildland areas based on worst case conditions. That includes burn probability and flame length. The third step was brand production, looking at if the wildland areas were burning, what sort of vegetation could we expect as far as ember cast is concerned. And that's looking both in the wildland areas and the urban areas, and accounting for wind speeds in the 90th percentile for energy release components, essentially saying under worst case conditions, if the vegetation catches fire under extreme wind, what is the likely impact on the urban area. Then finally, they put a buffer on that. So looking at the difference between the wildland and the urban areas, what is the buffer? And that buffer utilizes fuel loads as well as slope and tree canopy. And then finally, the last step was actually putting the jurisdictional overlay on top of that. And that's why you see these fire hazard severity zones don't follow property lines. They don't follow jurisdictional lines. They really are a map based on those 5 steps. Next slide, please. What do these maps include? These maps include a number of updates this year. First is the inclusion of the burn probabilities that include the 2020 fire perimeters throughout California, as well as the footprints of both the wildland areas and the urban areas. Slope and the urban areas was important based on the ratings for wind and weather. And then firebrand production. You'll hear a lot about this idea of if a fire gets established under windy conditions at the worst time of year, not only is it the fire front that's concerning, but it's the ember cast that we see in front of it, such as the LA fires, where fires burning miles ahead of themselves. Just to note for an attachment on the staff report, the science and methodology that the state used is an attachment to the staff report if people have further questions about how the zones were actually designated by the state. Next slide. The maps themselves, they were released on February 24th. They were posted on both the city and the CCFD website as required by government code. This is the map that is sent to the jurisdiction from the State Fire Marshal's Office. It does have the 3 different designations now, very high, high, and moderate. The city has the option to expand very high fire hazard severity zones within their jurisdiction with substantial scientific finding. They can also expand the high and the moderate. The city cannot, per the code, reduce the fire hazard severity zone that's been recommended by the state, and they must adopt the zones within 120 days by ordinance, and upon completion of that, submit to the State Board of Forestry. Just a comparison between the 2 releases. On the left, you'll see the 2008 release that only included very high fire hazard severity zones. Along the 280 corridor here, you'll see that the only area that was impacted was the town of Hillsborough on the southern portion. The 2025 maps now show a large swath of very high, high, and moderate. Next slide. If we zoom in a little bit, this map actually shows the SRA and the LRA. It gives some context. The area on the left of that map actually shows the San Francisco watershed, and then on the right in the kind of brighter colors is the LRA amongst the cities along Highway 280 there. That's just to show that the area that's being designated within the city is not an island of fire hazard severity, but a continuity of fire hazard severity from the SRA into the LRA. Next slide. This is a zoomed-in version of this map on the city specifically. This is on here just so that the public has the link if they're interested to actually type in their address and see what zone they would fall into. That is available here. It's also available online through the CAL FIRE website under the LRA Fire Hazard Severity Zone. Next slide. The implications of adopting these maps. The implications of the very high fire hazard severity zones are the most extensive. An area that is zoned as a very high will be required to adhere to a portion of the fire code, which is the WU requirement, which is the Wildland Urban Interface requirement. This requires such things as Subdivision Map Act reviews, as well as safety element updates that include the hazard of wildfire. Very high also has an impact on the building code and requires the implementation of Chapter 7A of non-combustible materials on the exterior of structures built after 2008. It also requires defensible space, 100-foot defensible space around all structures, and the real estate transaction disclosure of any measures that have been taken before the sale. Just a note on the defensible space portion here, the defensible space regulations from the state are being updated currently. The anticipated release of those is at the end of December of this year. There is a lot of kind of conversation about what they're going to look like because the zero zone is the buzz right now, and that could have an impact on the first 5 feet of a property owner's property around their structure, not have anything combustible about it. We don't know what specifically that's going to look like until the regulations come out in December, but we do know the defensible space standards will change at the end of this year. And people who have property in the very high will be required to adhere to the new defensible space standards. And then finally, on the real estate transaction disclosures, inspections are also required in the very high fire hazard severity zones for anyone who's selling a home to get an inspection completed by the fire authority showing compliance with defensible space requirements in that area. For the high fire hazard severity zones, it requires the building code, Chapter 7A, non-combustible materials, as well as the real estate disclosures. And in the moderate, there are no implications such as there are for the very high and the high. Just a note on this, these maps are fire hazard, they are not fire risk. Hazard is, like an earthquake, that's the hazard. Earthquake retrofitting is reducing the risk of damage from that earthquake. That's the same with fire. Fire is the hazard. Defensible space home hardening is reducing the risk. Additionally, when it comes to implications, these maps are not for the purpose of insurance underwriting. These maps are produced with the intent for local planning decisions, hence why you see a lot of defensible space construction and real estate transaction disclosures as a part of this. Next slide. This is just an overview of what the implications are for adopting the ordinance based on the very high, and moderate zones. You can see the SRA is almost uniform across the minimum requirements. The LRA, the biggest impact is in that very high fire hazard severity zone, and then there is a little bit of an impact in the high fire hazard severity zone as well. And the last slide is just a photo of recent IBHS testing for homes that are built from non-combustible materials. This is a good example of ember cast and the reduction of the actual risk by taking the measures of a home that's being built to standards that are non-combustible with 100-foot defensible space. And last slide. With that, staff recommends that the City Council introduce the proposed ordinance designating the LRA fire hazard severity zones within the city. There is a link on the office for the Office of the State Fire Marshal as well, and happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much for that presentation. Are there any comments or questions from the council at this time? I think first, do we have to open the public hearing, or has that already been opened?
The mayor did.
He did, okay. Are there any questions at this time? Yes, Councilmember Rinaldi.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. Quick question for you regarding the property that's owned by the state or say SFPUC, for instance, which is in the highly elevated area. Who's responsible for managing that, and when is that going to be taken care of?
Yeah, so the state responsibility areas for the wildland fire protection of it, it's CAL FIRE, so it's the state fire agency responsible for the wildland fire. The structural element within that SFPUC land would be the San Mateo County Fire Department. So depending on the type of fire is who has jurisdiction there.
Got it. And as well as Untitled Park, because that's in an elevated area as well, and the canyons that butt up against some of the hillside neighborhoods within Millbrae, like Hillcrest, for instance, and Millbrae Avenue.
Yeah, so wildfires within the city limits are the responsibility of the local agency. It has to have the SRA designation to be the responsibility of the state.
Got it. So is CCFD going to be managing the canyons over there?
Yeah, so I can't speak so much to the kind of vegetation management projects. That's a little bit of a separate topic, and we're always happy to engage where we can and be of assistance. This is specifically related to the structural element about adopting these maps, what has to happen to a property structure.
Got it. And then question for you, because we're focusing on residential. Residentially, is CCFD going to be doing any outreach to the public other than just the website, giving recommendations for the, can't remember what they call it, what is it, the 5-foot barrier?
Yeah.
10-foot barrier around the property?
Yeah, that's a great question. We had a long conversation today at the office about what our communication plan will be over the coming years. And I think that is the education piece is going to be our top priority, is making sure people who live in these areas understand, A, what it means, where they can find out information, and then simply, if they're going to sell their property, what they need to do to get the inspection.
Yeah, just a final comment. I would strongly advise working with CCFD on that, because I can tell you within my district, as well as neighboring districts around the area and neighboring cities, a lot of residents have been concerned with the new fire maps. I attended Assemblyperson Pappin's fire map presentation over in San Bruno, and the amount of questions from both San Bruno and Millbrae residents had a lot of people on edge. So highly recommend doing that outreach and working with the city on that so we can get the information to the public.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I have a couple questions. Yeah, I think, the vegetation management, that becomes a question for our staff and how, we deal, obviously we have to approve the maps at this time, but can't reduce the amount of affected area within the state's maps. But I think that does pose a lot of questions for our city staff. I know Mills Estate Park, for example, I believe is within that fire zone, and it sometimes gets a little overgrown there. So I think something certainly to keep in on the radar, as well as kind of the right-of-way around Skyline Boulevard, I believe. The other question I had was, you mentioned some of these like home hardening measures, such as, the 5-foot area around the home. And I recall, several years ago when we were doing the city ADU ordinance, I don't know if there's other building code ordinances that sort of restricted, setbacks around ADUs, like minimum setback levels. And I'm just curious, is there any clashes between kind of what's, has to be done in these fire zone areas and what we can't tell people that they can't do under other state law?
Yeah, I think so. The setback for ADUs is 4 feet is the minimum. There's no exemption under the law. So an ADU that would be 4 feet within a combustible, that's in a zone with a combustible, say, wood fence, they would have to replace the fence with a non-combustible material, a hardy board, Trex plastic, something like that. So they would be, the property owner would be required to comply. So there's no exemption on this for ADUs.
Okay.
Mr. Vice Mayor, if I may, also for the public's benefit, on our homepage, on our website, the state of California has a really nice, you can type in your address and it will show you where your parcel is located and if you're in a severity zone or not a severity zone and what level it is. So that's on our homepage. Really neat little tool for residents to be able to type in their address, property owners type in their address and see if they're in the zone.
Okay. And I think also another reminder to make sure people know about, evacuation routes and all of that. I know the county has done a lot of work on this over the last several years, so those resources are there, but we have to make sure that it gets out to the public, particularly within these zones. Okay, so with that, I think we will open it up for public comment. If any members of the public would like to speak, either in person or through Zoom.
Vice Mayor, we have a speaker online, but I do not have any speaker slip in the chamber. First speaker is Ann Snyder. Ann Snyder, please accept the unmute. Ms. Ann Snyder, please accept the unmute. Please accept the unmute.
Thank you. Thank you, Council. Marshall Cox, how nice to have you at Millbrae. This is Ann Schneider, former mayor, 9 years on the county's Emergency Services Council. To Council, I am...
Ms. Ann Snyder, please accept the unmute.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Please accept the unmute.
Thank you. To Council, Millbrae. This is Ann Schneider, former mayor, 9 years on the county's Emergency Services Council. Sorry.
Ms. Ann Snyder, please accept the unmute.
Can you hear me?
There's a delay, so I think we're hearing what you said a couple minutes ago.
I apologize, Vice Mayor. I've got the TV. If AT&T finally works, Mom was watching it. Okay, I'll try to be fast. Welcome, Mr. Cox. Thank you for coming to Millbrae. I have wondered about this for 9 years. And first of all, on the map, I would say if you look at the map, the way the lines are drawn, it's assuming a wind direction that is not the normal wind direction. The normal wind direction, for example, would be Untitled Park, those huge eucalyptus trees, and that would throw the ember zone into almost all of Millbrae on that. I hate to be the negative Nancy on that, but that has been my fear. My other fear, and Mr. Cox, we've had these discussions, that CAL FIRE or other entities do the SFPUC land, and they don't necessarily communicate with the city of Millbrae when they are doing preventative burns or anything like that. So definitely the communication between SFPUC, its operators, and the city of Millbrae needs to be better. A few years ago when they did the cleanup of Untitled Park, they notified San Bruno, but they didn't notify us, even though we are downwind of that activity. So I am glad to see that you mentioned wind, but the wind does not move from Montera to Millbrae. It moves from Daly City to Millbrae in that general direction on that. The other thing, and to Council, the Sierra Club and a group of other people, entities, put together a fantastic workshop after the huge Woodside fire at 2016 time. And it talks about defensible space. The problem we have in Millbrae is our homes are almost all within 5 feet of each other. So this whole 5 feet rule and the drawings and the diagrams and the education don't really make a whole lot of sense. We also have a lot of absentee owners here. So Millbrae, we've got a lot of work to do to create that. And I'm sorry to say this, but my belief, based on my experience and the maps I'm making, is by far more of Millbrae is in the Ember area, whatever we're calling that. When the rec center burned down, my house, directly downwind of it, filled up with smoke. So, and then it kept going in that same angle all the way down to 101. The smoke can carry really far. The embers can carry really far. Thank you.
Thank you. And there are no other hands raised on this item.
That's why I can't do the...
Okay, so seeing no other speakers, public comment is closed. Do we need to make a motion to close the public hearing? Okay. Let's take a motion to close the public hearing. We have a motion from Councilmember Rinaldi and a second from Councilmember Riley. Can we have your votes, please?
The public hearing is closed.
Okay, any final comments from the council at this time? Oh, yes, Councilmember Rinaldi.
just going to reiterate, really looking forward to working with CCFD to help the council ensure that general public here in Millbrae understands their obligations and lives up to them so we have a safe community.
So I believe the recommended action is to proceed with waiving the first reading and introducing the ordinance. And do we have a motion for that? All right, I'll second the motion. Your votes, please.
Item number 10 passed by a vote of 3-0 and 2 with Mayor Fung and also Councilmember Nguyen abstaining. Recused, excuse me.
Okay, thank you. Can we welcome them back into the chambers for the next item?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. And we now moving on to item number 11, presentation of the vacancy status and recruitment strategy in the City of Millbrae per Assembly Bill 2561, Government Code Section 3502.3. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our Assistant City Manager and Director of Human Resources, Ms. Isabel Carlos, will provide the staff presentation.
Thank you, City Manager Williams. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the City Council. Isabel Carlos, Assistant City Manager, Director of Human Resources. And the item before you tonight is the vacancy status and recruitment effort report pursuant to Assembly Bill 2561. So on tonight's agenda, we have the discussion on the authority for the new Assembly Bill. I'll cover the purpose, legal obligations on the Assembly Bill, some statistical information that is specific to the City of Millbrae. We'll have a recommendation for the City Council, and then we'll end with the Q&A. So a new law came into effect on January 1st of 2025. And this is through Assembly Bill 2561. I'll refer to it as AB 2561 throughout the presentation. And this bill added Government Code Section 3502.3 to the Mayor's Milas-Brown Act, also known as the MMBA. The MMBA authorizes local public employees to form, join, and to participate in the activities of employee organizations or unions for representation on matters relating primarily to wages, terms, and conditions of employment. And it became effective January 1st and codified into the government code. Next slide, please. So just to give you some additional background information on the purpose for this new law, as stated in the Assembly Bill, it was for statewide interest in ensuring that public agency operations are appropriately staffed. We also read on there that it was to increase transparency on staffing shortages in a public setting, to discuss issues from extended job vacancies, which may adversely affect employee workloads and the delivery of public services, and to discuss recruitment and retention efforts and challenges in order to eliminate obstacles in the hiring process. So what are the legal obligations under this new Assembly Bill? The obligations are going to be on an annual basis, and so we'll have this presentation once a year. Once a year, a public agency must present information on the following: the status of vacancies, recruitment and retention efforts, and also any necessary changes to policies, procedures, and recruitment activities that may lead to obstacles in the hiring process. The presentation must be during a public hearing, and it must be before the governing body, again, once per fiscal year, prior to the adoption of the annual final budget. Also, with the legal obligations, the union can choose to make a presentation during the public meeting. Our employees, as you may know, are represented by Teamsters Local 856. They were informed of the public hearing but did not request to speak. And the third legal obligation is that if the vacancy rate is at least 20% in any bargaining unit, additional obligations for the representation details, or the presentation details would apply, but there was no request for the union for those additional details. So the table before you shows information for the city's vacancy rates by unit or group. And as you can see, we have two represented units by Teamsters Local 856, and then we have one group that is non-represented. The data on the table shows that the miscellaneous unit has a total budgeted positions of 54 for this fiscal year. To date, or as of April 30th, we had filled 51 of those vacancies, with 3 remaining, and it gave us a vacancy rate of 5.6%. The sanitation unit had 13 budgeted full-time positions. We filled 10, or 10 were full, and we had 3 vacancies with a vacancy rate of 23.1. And then the non-represented management group had 30.75 full-time positions with 28.75 filled, 2 vacancies with a vacancy rate of 6.5. Overall, the vacancy rate for the city was at 9.18. So as you can see on this table, the Teamster Sanitation Unit has a higher vacancy rate. And what contributes to that is that the positions in that particular unit have very specialized minimal requirements pertaining to the experience and the certifications for the positions that would be required for them to be hired. And that results in a smaller application pool, so those are a little harder to fill, and the vacancy rate is a little higher. So the recruitment efforts on the city side, we work continuously to fill vacant positions as expeditiously as possible. We post the jobs on a public application portal called CalOps, specific to public employees, and a lot of the cities use it. Applicants can self-schedule, they can receive automatic notifications, and so it makes the process faster. But of course, we also utilize email, phone, in-person communications to keep the communication ongoing and to add that personal touch throughout the recruitment process. We also cast a wide net, advertising the positions through a wide variety of public sector sources. This could be, the city's website through CalOps, LinkedIn, which is a professional social media website. Governmentjobs.com is also a common site. Then we have position-specific websites such as APA, Public Works Association, Bay Area Water Work Association sites, and a popular one for entry-level positions for the younger generation is Handshake. And so we advertise in all those sources depending on the position. We also collaborate with neighboring agencies to share resources in interviewing candidates for technical skills. So we work with other cities in putting together oral boards to do the first interviews. And we also, since COVID, have continued to do virtual interviews, especially for the first interview. And this facilitates a faster and more convenient process, which expedites the recruitment as well. Next slide, please. So for the employee retention, the city does provide a stable workforce. We have competitive salaries. We have excellent fringe benefits. We offer a variety of ongoing training opportunities for technical skills and also soft skills for our employees. To date, this fiscal year, we have offered 49 training sessions in a variety of topics, and this would be in addition to the training that is provided by each city department on the technical skills. Also, a few years ago, we established an employee recognition committee, and they work hard to put on recognition events throughout the year for employees. These activities, they allow employees to come together as a group for a break, refreshments, and some entertainment, and they've been well received by the team, so it adds to the retention efforts. And we also work collaboratively with the city's union. We meet with them on a quarterly basis, and we discuss and work with them on improving operational issues that they may bring to the table. And that also helps with employee retention. So if approved, this presentation will satisfy the requirements and obligations of Assembly Bill 2561. Staff's recommendation tonight is that the City Council receive the presentation of vacancy status and recruitment strategies in the City of Millbrae pursuant to AB 2561. And the next slide, please. With that, staff is available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Any comments and questions from this council? Okay, none? Okay, I don't have any speaker slips on this item. Do we have anybody online?
We do not have anyone online raising their hand for this particular item.
Okay, all right, well then we're closing public comment on item number 11.
Mr. Mayor, just want to note that
Yes.
you should close the public hearing. This is a public hearing?
Yes, this is the last of the public hearing tonight, so we will be closing the public hearing on tonight's agenda. Bring it back to the council. We'll just close the public comment and the public hearing. Do we need a motion to close the public hearing at all?
It's a recommendation, just as a matter of order. You
Yeah.
don't do that.
Yeah, we'll take a vote on closing public hearing tonight. Your votes, please. All right.
The public hearing is closed.
All right, bring it back to the council. Any further comments or questions on this? Or else, otherwise, we can entertain a motion. Okay. Can we clear the board, please, City Clerk? Take your time. All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Rinaldi and a second from Councilmember Nguyen. Your votes, please.
Item number 11 passed by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you very much. Moving on to existing business, item number 12. Informational review of environmental programs, climate action plan update, and 2023 greenhouse gas inventory. I believe we have our program manager, Ms. Andrea Papajohn.
Thank you, Mayor Fung, Vice Mayor, and council members. Andrea Papajohn, City of Millbrae. So thank you for the opportunity to present the Climate Action Plan Progress Report. Next slide, please. So tonight, I will give a little background on our Climate Action Plan, purpose and background. Talk a little bit about a greenhouse gas inventory, which is a tool to quantify and report community-wide greenhouse gases. And then give a Climate Action Plan goal and progress. And then we'll look at some of the emission sectors in the inventory and what's causing our greenhouse gases. And then finally, I'll wrap up with the Climate Action Plan implementation, status, and opportunities. Next slide, please. So why do we have a Climate Action Plan? Well, in 2016, California adopted state law SB 32, the Global Warming Solutions Act. So the state mandated greenhouse gas emission reductions. They set a target that cities had to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions 40% below 1990 by 2030. So that meant cities had to adopt plans, had to figure out a way to meet these new targets. And so they prepared climate action plans, and those plans are basically a roadmap to reduce greenhouse gases in their communities and city facilities in order to comply with the state targets. Okay, so our city, Millbrae, adopted our climate action plan in October of 2020. We established an overarching greenhouse gas reduction target of 49% below 2005 levels by 2030. So the city uses a baseline of 2005 instead of 1990 because we don't have as verifiable data before 2005. And therefore, the state adjusted our target to 49% below the baseline of 2005. Next slide, please. So in January of this year, Millbrae received our 2023 greenhouse gas emission inventory. The inventory was prepared by the county consultants, and it's reported every 2 years for the prior 2 years. So basically it's up to date as of the end of 2023. And this allows us to compare 2023 compared to our baseline 2005 and measure our progress toward our 2030 goal. Next slide, please. So emission sectors are basically broad categories that group sources of greenhouse gases. We want to know where the greenhouse gases are coming from. And so these are kind of the 6 broad categories. Our emission inventory reported on 4 of them: building energy, on-road transportation, off-road equipment, and solid waste. Next slide, please. So this is really a key slide. What I'd really like to emphasize here is this is where we are in our progress. So first, I want to just, if you're not familiar with MTCO2e, metric tons of carbon dioxide emissions, it is a standardized unit which accounts for the varying global warming potential of various greenhouse gases. So that's the unit that we use to measure the greenhouse gas emissions, and I'll refer to it as metric tons. So the little circle on the left, 2005, at the beginning, in 2005, our baseline, we were emitting 126,825 metric units. On the far right, at 2030, our target is 49% below that, which is 64,681. According to our emission inventory that we just received, we have achieved 89,175 metric tons. We've reduced to 89,175 metric tons. That is 61% of the goal. So in summary, 3 years into our 10-year goal of our climate action plan, we're tracking at 61% of the way. While we've made really good progress, generally it's easier in the early years because it's just more straightforward and cost-effective to implement measures. So for example, through Peninsula Clean Energy, we were able to switch to renewable energy, and so we were able to realize all those gains in emission reductions. Those were implemented quickly, and they yielded significant emission reductions. A little bit more difficult in the later years because behavior and infrastructural changes just take longer to implement. So while we've made great progress and we're happy about that, we also realize we still have a lot of work to do. Next slide, please. Now I will just go over the 4 emission sectors and just tell you how we're tracking on each of those. So building energy is 50% of our total emissions. It's the largest one by far. When we think of building energy, we're thinking of electricity, natural gas, and stationary sources, in both our residential and commercial buildings. So just some highlights are that residential natural gas is really the greatest opportunity to reduce emissions. So there's an opportunity for residents to electrify their homes and be more energy efficient. We can work with our chief building official, if desired, to recommend REACH codes if the council desires. And we can also work with Mills High School on their stationary sources. Although we have no authority over Mills High School, their emissions still count, in our inventory. So we want to encourage them to reduce their greenhouse gases as well. Next slide, please. Okay, the second sector is on-road transportation, passenger and commercial vehicle miles traveled, and that is 42% of our total emissions. So far with those first two sectors, building, energy, and on-road transportation, we're at 92%. So these are really the two key sectors. And on-road transportation is, single vehicle occupancy. We want to reduce those vehicle miles traveled. And also we want to encourage more electric vehicles in Millbrae. Right now we're at about 10.1%, and there's an opportunity to encourage more EV miles traveled and then reduce total vehicle miles traveled through alternate transportation, public transportation, active transportation, walking and biking. Next slide, please. The next two sectors are much less of an impact, so I'll just breeze through them. But just to note, off-road equipment. This is like construction equipment. This includes, forgive me a second, off-road equipment like backhoes, mini excavators, forklifts, portable diesel generators. And so this typically is from development and construction. This category also includes landscaping equipment. And our city has made great strides in electrifying our landscaping equipment. We use electric leaf blowers. We also have an electric leaf blower incentive for our residents and landscaping businesses, which has been extremely popular. Okay, next slide, please. And the last category that was reported, solid waste. This is 5% of our total emissions. I think the one thing to note here is SB 1383, short-lived climate pollutant reduction strategy, which requires, the sorting of all organic material out of the landfill. And so we just started enforcing that in January of 2024. So we should see the impact in our next inventory. Okay, next slide, please. So these are our most impactful measures. So this is basically looking now at our climate action plan. There are 43 measures. So the numbers on the left are the measures in the plan that we think will have the most impact to help us reach our target. And so we've categorized the two biggest sectors, building, energy, and on-road transportation. And and the second column is a status. These are ongoing. We've been working on these. And the far right column is the greenhouse gas reduction potential. So if we were to do all of these, then we would hopefully reach our target. Of course, there were some assumptions made in these greenhouse gas reduction potential, but this is what we are working toward. And I would just like to comment, for example, Climate Action Plan Measure 10 promotes solar installations. For example, the city has put solar on our city hall, our rec center, and our library. We also encourage solar through the SunShares program. And so that's an example of what we're doing for that one. The state also adopted the SOAR effective 2024. That's the small off-road engines, gas-powered engines that are less than 25 horsepower. And so now that that's gone into effect, we feel that that will also help reduce, emissions in our community. Okay, and then next slide. So this is my final slide, and the key things here we'll be working on this year, and most likely coming back to council to get your, approval. But these are really our priorities. So these are the top 6 priorities that we'll be working on. 4 of them are in building energy, and then 2 in on-road transportation. So the first one is incentives in education, and that is really to reduce residential and commercial natural gas. The second one is energy audits. We'd like to partner with BayREN, the Bay Area Regional Energy Network, and hopefully do some energy audits for homes so they can get a score and see where they can maybe reduce their energy. The third one is, again, to support Mills High School. They have 6 boilers. Ideally, if there was a grant from PCE, we could partner with them to help support them to maybe convert those to heat pumps. The fourth one, shade trees. We are working on developing a program to plant trees in private properties on San Anselmo and Landing Lane. That'll be in the CIP. You'll hear about that later. Hopefully it'll be funded. And then that would be a pilot. We'd like to expand that in other parts of Millbrae. And the last 2, transportation. 1, reduce VMT. As I mentioned, to encourage people to use alternate transportation. We'd like to apply for the Transportation Authority grant that's going to be opening in June and use some of that money to develop programs to help people use alternate transportation. And the last one, increase eVMT, electric vehicle miles traveled. So what we are planning is doing more outreach on EVs, and we'd like to partner with PCE to have an EV event, have them bring, EV owners bring some different models so people can talk to them and get a better feel for them, and also electrification incentives. And I would also just like to acknowledge that 2 of my team members are here, Annabella Costa and Rachel Giovando. And I just, they really came quickly up to speed when we received the emission inventory and the CAP progress, and they provided a ton of support for this report and presentation, and I just wanted to really thank them for all the work that they did on this. So that is the next slide, please. That's the end of the presentation, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Andrea. Any questions and comment from this council, please? Councilmember Rinaldi.
Thanks for the presentation, Ms. Papajan. Regarding the presentation, looking through one of the data charts there, it looks like you had the metrics for total greenhouse gas emissions that were reduced up to 2023. I was curious as what happened to 2024? Do we have that data yet? And where does that put us on our goal for 49% reduction?
Great question. Thank you, Councilmember Rinaldi. The latest data that we have that the county was able to get is through 2023. So in preparing an inventory, they have to use multiple sources, and so they were able to compile them through 2023. In 2 years, we will be able to see the prior 2 years. So it is a little tricky because the work we're doing right now, 2024 and this year, we won't really see for 2 more years.
Okay. Any other questions? Mr. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, thank you. I have a few questions. First of all, thank you for that presentation. I'm glad to see that we've been making progress. We still have some work to do. I know in the past, in the fall of last year, the council was working on like a leaf blower ordinance. I was curious what the status was on that. I know it's probably not something that would make a huge dent in reaching the emission targets, but I think it's fairly low-hanging fruit, and a lot of the work has already been done, so I think maybe that's something that we can pursue. And I saw in the hall we have incentives for electric leaf blowers, so maybe it's time to bring that forward again.
Right, the state did adopt, passed a law that there's no more sale of gas leaf blowers. And that's in line with SOAR, the small off-road engine. So, leaf blowers fall under that category because they're less than 25 horsepower. So I think the city, the direction we received was to really go for more of the incentives rather than an ordinance banning gas leaf blowers. but I'm happy to have anyone else in the city speak on that if they'd like to.
Well, just to add to that, so as Andrea mentioned, the state law now does not allow the sale of any gas lawn equipment. So it's not just leaf blowers, it's lawn mowers and all lawn equipment.
All on equipments.
Yeah, I think the issue is that will take several years, if not decades, to phase out the existing equipment. So if there's a way that we could, move that along faster, especially if other cities, I think Burlingame, you're a current council member, has done an ordinance to ban them outright. I think if other cities do that as well, it'll help to kind of move this along faster. So I think maybe that's something to consider. And even if there's, a couple of year lead time before it goes into effect.
So just some history on that. So we did bring that to the previous city council, and the previous city council voted not to move forward with banning gas leaf blowers and lawn equipment because the state law, they just felt, would take care of it over time. And so we did get some feedback from commercial gardeners, residents, that it would be just too much of a burden. And also that if the city went that direction, some of the private landscape contractors would not work in Millbrae. So at the time, that was the feedback that was received during the public hearing. And the previous council decided to not move forward with banning gas-powered lawn equipment.
Okay. Well, a couple other questions I had. One was actually a comment that a neighbor of mine brought up is regarding electric vehicles. And I know at City Hall here, we're putting in electric vehicles in the parking lot. One comment I received was actually at the rec center. We have, I think, 7 or 8, 8 spaces. The overnight parking is not allowed there. And some of those are slower chargers that take several hours to charge. So I think maybe that's something that we could consider, is opening that up at least for maybe not all the parking spaces, but at least for the EVs, because people are paying for use of the chargers there.
Thank you. I'll take that internally. We could certainly consider that. Thank you for that comment.
And then one of the key recommendations here was EV charging infrastructure in existing buildings. Is that something that we're doing? I'm just curious, are there like incentive programs for that? Because we do have some older apartment buildings that do not have, EV charging. What incentives are there? Has there been any outreach that's been done to some of the building owners?
Absolutely, yes. There are incentives through Peninsula Clean Energy for multifamily family owners. And we did do some outreach earlier actually mid last year. So perhaps it's time to do some more. But there are incentives, and they will, PCE will do a provide technical assistance, and then they also have incentives for even level 1, which sometimes they recommend for multifamily because it's people who live there, and it's easier just to put those in and they can charge overnight. So our challenge was just really trying to get through to the multifamily owners that this opportunity is there. And the best we did was we called every single one of them and we sent letters. So we did get some uptake, but there's certainly room for more.
Okay, yeah, I think something to keep in mind going forward. And then one other question, and I was campaigning in the fall. I talked to someone whose family owns a small apartment building here in Millbrae. We're talking about some of the improvements that they had done to the building. And I asked about solar, and he said, yeah, we looked into solar. The problem is that the units here are individually metered. So whatever vendor they worked with didn't have a way to, how is that distributed, among the individually metered units? So I'm curious if, Bayron or if any of these other groups have tried to tackle that question, because we do have, again, many older buildings that lack solar infrastructure.
Yeah, that's a very good question, and I can look further into that, but it would be more cost because you'd have to sub-meter, I think, probably that, and I would probably have to get back to you on a thorough answer on that, and I'm happy to look into it because I think it's a very valid question for multifamily.
Okay. All right, that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Just to kind of piggyback on what the Vice Mayor said a moment ago, I think the idea of allowing, especially the recreation center, for overnight parking, you know, it's the fact that it's such close proximity to quite a bit of multifamily units at the recreation center at Lincoln Circle. And those multifamily homes tend to be a little dated, and they may or may not necessarily have the infrastructure that would enable EV charging. And, you know, having these available to some of those multifamily residents would likely to be a good idea, which help promotes, number one, higher usage at the recreation center. Second, for those who are thinking about having an EV and don't have the convenience to charge in the apartment, offering that would likely to become an incentive for them to think about putting another gasoline vehicle off the road and getting another EV, should they not take public transit. But then also at the same time, I don't know, City Manager, perhaps, if there's opportunity to work with PCE on putting on additional EV charging station would likely to be a good idea as well, because I think PCE would likely to still have fundings available if you want to put on a little bit more EV charging capability. So something to consider, I think, in the near future.
We'd be happy to look into that. Thank you.
Right.
We have 51 public chargers right now. Some are city-owned, but 51 for the public.
Excellent. Anything else from anyone else on this council before I start taking public comment? Councilmember Nguyen.
Yeah, just real quick, there was a chart you had about the emissions generated, and I thought it went down from like 2005, right, to 2023. Does it take into account the amount of power consumption, like watts consumed for the emissions generated, or did we just use less power? I'm just curious if that relationship was like one-to-one with emissions versus power consumption.
So the emissions are basically greenhouse gas reduction. So the metric tons, the unit. So I'm not sure I understand your question.
Yeah, it was around if we plot a energy consumption curve against the emission curve, right? Does that ratio, is it lockstep, or did we just overall as a society drop our power consumption?
I don't know the answer about our power consumption.
Yeah.
Let me defer to either of my.
I would think, and we could dig deeper, but
Yeah.
I think it's not necessarily
Correlated.
less consumption for power, but it's how the power is generated. So solar, for example, which is not in this data, we have solar panels now on the recreation center trying to get to net zero. So the power would remain the same, or the consumption would remain the same, but the source of that power is now solar rather than, you know, through PG&E and traditional power sources. So I don't know if it's less energy in line with then less greenhouse. It's the type of energy that is being produced.
Renewable energy.
Renewable energy.
Thank you, City Manager Williams.
But don't we have consumption from, for example, combustion engines, right? So that's the exhaust, that's the output of the inputs, which is like a carbon, whatever, fossil fuels. Right? So I'm just kind of curious, like, did our overall consumption just dropped? And if we don't have information, maybe that's useful to understand if we run into a situation where we start increasing our power output again, then maybe the emissions go up again, right? So I'm just.
Right, I believe what City Manager Williams was saying is that we are using cleaner energy. So we're also trying to be more energy efficient. We're trying to reduce the amount of energy we're using and use cleaner energy. But perhaps we can talk offline, because I'd be happy to look into your question.
Yeah.
So please feel free to reach out to me.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Nguyen. Anyone else? Okay, we'll take some public comment.
All right, first speaker is Ann Snyder. Please accept that mute.
Thank you. Ann Schneider, Palm Avenue. Thank you for the report. And Vice Mayor, thank you for all of your comments. Being part of that previous council, we had originally been a 3-2 in favor of getting rid of gas-powered landscape equipment, and then it became a 3-2 the other way around, and I thought it was left at it's not going away. I thought the council member that changed her vote asked for more public outreach and then a report back on that outreach, and I have not seen that report back. It was a very sad thing for something that both Vice Mayor Pappen and I had been hoping and had been working for a while. So it's a great disappointment. In terms of I had a question to staff, why water and wastewater wasn't included. You don't need to answer it, but if that's something I should be getting from BOSQA, please let me know so that I can ask staff for the energy savings if there is such a thing on that. I'm really glad to see one carbon absorption activity, the tree planting. That's fantastic. And I look forward to seeing how it works on San Anselmo and Landing Lane. Good job there. The last thing in terms of solid waste, and as most of you know, I work in this field, and I just went through a very large bathroom remodel during COVID time, and I will tell you, I went through my contractor stuff daily, separating out what's recyclable to what isn't. And I will tell you, with the great degree of self-hauling, especially in the general contractor area, if we wanted to get a bigger bang out of that, and a lot of that is wood waste, that would be a place to start looking at it. The city of San Jose has had a program in for decades requiring all contractors who take out a building permit to do a report on what they did with their solid waste. I think we had that for my bathroom remodel, but it's never enforced. And you can see a huge savings, especially in organics material, by putting in a self-haul program. And I am happy to sit down with you and talk about that offline from my old days of being on the National Construction and Demolition Board. Finally, the other area that could be looked at is the sheer number of homes that are torn down in Millbrae to build from scratch. There's an incredible amount of embodied energy within any constructed building. That's why adaptive reuse is the best choice. So that's something that I don't see when I look at planning department things. It always seems like a tear down, rebuild, occasionally additions. But that's another area to look at. And then finally, and I'm not sure I heard all of Councilman Wynn's comments, but Millbrae's consumption of energy will be going up because we're growing and the population has grown just by the gateway alone. So maybe in the future you provide consumption data per capita. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no other hands raised, Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. Closing public comment on item number 12. You want to speak publicly on this item? Go ahead, take the podium, and then we'll take your speaker slip.
Hi, this is Marian Kong. I just thought about, I heard what your presentation. You know, nowadays, everybody is pushing an EV charger, you know, but not everybody using EV vehicle. And then I kind of feel like I am one of those people still driving gasoline car, but then I kind of feel like I've been had to look into a EV car in order to find adequate parking. You know, the recreation center has so many EV parking slots, and then a lot of seniors going there. They're driving gasoline operated car, and they could not find parking spaces. And then our city downtown has tons of green short-term parking spaces occupied on the regular parking spaces already. And then if you want to put on the multi-unit thing, I would advise you to think about, is there any tenant or any resident in that building owns a EV cars? Because parking is a challenge in everywhere, not just in Millbrae. And then I just went to a location before I came here. I just found out they have half of the parking space like energy saving car, and then put all the other regular people car had to park all the way back there. But it is very difficult. So I am one of the gasoline car driver. I don't really want to be forced to buy an EV car. okay? And then because I try to drive my car to the day I die. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment. All right. Closing public comment on item number 12. Bring it back to the council. Any further comment, questions for our program manager, Ms. Papajohn? No? Oh, go ahead, Mr. Vice
I
Mayor.
would just note one other thing, and I think this sort of piggybacks on what Councilmember Nguyen was asking earlier about energy consumption is even if you're driving a gasoline car, you know, the gasoline cars that are produced today are significantly cleaner than the ones that were produced 30, 40, 50 years ago. So I think that's, at least on the margins, something that has contributed to reductions as well.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, just for the benefit of the council and the listening public, what's not on here, and I think a couple of the council members had mentioned that, is the progress we've made over the last couple of years. Like, for example, with the reach codes that the council adopted, the Alexandria project and the Longfellow project are 100% electric. There's no gas in those buildings, and I think
No fossil fuel.
Those are the first two buildings that are fully electric in the state of California for bioscience, I believe. So progress is being made, and we'll see that, you know, in 24, 25. Obviously, the additional photovoltaics on this building, the library, the Chakotay room, we mentioned the rec center. So we continue to make great progress. So I do believe the next report in 2 years will continue to really make a lot of progress.
Yeah, and any progress on the battery installations? There's an update on it?
Yeah, so thank you for bringing that up. We continue to work with PCE and the grants now that we have the solar on all of these civic buildings, storage, right? And PCE with their grants for batteries, our facilities we've accommodated the conduit and accommodated per the building code the location for batteries as we obtain those and install and come online.
Okay, very well. Thank you. Thank you, City Manager. If there's no further comment, I'd love to entertain a motion to accept the report. Okay, we have a motion from Councilmember Nguyen and a second from Councilmember Ronaldo. Your votes, please.
Item number 12 passed by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Thank you, Ms. Papajohn. Moving on to item number 13, Social Equity and Cultural Inclusion Community Committee status. Mr. City Manager, you can just a little bit of an update. And I believe this is an item that is being brought forward by the request of a certain member of the public.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to you, City Council members. Again, Tom Williams, City Manager. Would just like to note in the purple folder on the dais, and we also have information for the public here. This was at the request of Vice Mayor Holliber. Provide a little bit more background. So there's a series of, I think, 5 staff reports that we've added, and then also the social equity framework for strategic planning and implementation that the consultant EJ Solutions produced. So this is just for your information and knowledge as you
Thank you.
may look and peruse that during this presentation. So again, as you said, Mr. Mayor, this is an update on the Social Equity and Cultural Inclusion Committee. Just a little bit of background. This all started as a result of the George Floyd incident that occurred May 25th, 2020 in Minneapolis, Minnesota. As a result of that, there was a desire of citizens in the city of Millbrae that approached the city council and identified the need to look at inequities within the community and identify what those are, any disparities thought to exist in the city, identify those, and then develop a plan how to overcome those. So the city council did express their commitment to pursue the feasibility of a committee that addresses these social equity disparities impacting those living and working in the city of Millbrae. So the city council formed an ad hoc subcommittee back in late 2021. 2 council members at the time were part of the ad hoc subcommittee. They interviewed several residents, did some community engagement, and then as of, then June 27th, the second to last bullet on the screen, The city did retain EJ Solutions, which is a social equity consulting firm out of Oakland, California, to lead the citizen engagement program and develop a social equity and cultural inclusion plan. And so that work product, not the plan itself, but the evolution and the beginning of that plan is what you have in your folder. So EJ Solutions, the methodology for selection of the committee was due to input that we received from the community. Community members wanted as much freedom to express their inequities and issues that they were having. And so the way that the committee was formed was that EJ Solutions actually selected the committee members. There was an application process. EJ Solutions selected the committee, and that committee then, because EJ Solutions selected the committee members, was not a Brown Act committee. So it was not subject to meeting notifications, public hearing notices, and it wasn't open to the public. And again, the reason for that was so people could speak freely to the consultant to really dive into some of the issues that some of the community members may be facing without the threat of being ridiculed in public. So EJ Solutions selected the 15 members of the committee. There were 5 alternates, and the committee did reflect Millbrae's diversity with a broad spectrum of ages and types of household based on socioeconomics and ethnicity. So next slide. So this just provides a summary of the timeline. As I mentioned on the top bullet there, June 27, 2023 through Resolution 2349, the City Council did enter an agreement with Environmental Justice, EJ Solutions. Again, they specialize in social equity field. That contract was initially for $185,000, and this again was for the development and community engagement to put together the plan. Then September 12th of 2023 through Resolution 2369, the City Council authorized a project budget not to exceed $201,000. The total budget then for this project was $250,000. So $201,000 for EJ Solutions contract. Then there was some budget for legal review, and also committee members received a stipend. I think it was $80, $50 or $80 per meeting. And so that was the remainder of the $50,000 for additional payment for committee members to attend the meetings, legal work, and other sub-consultant work. Then September 26th of 2023, the framework, which you have in front of you, was part of the city's social equity plan and identified 3 zones of social equity and spheres of the social equity process. That was presented to the City Council, again, September 26, 2023, and it was adopted. Then December 7th of 2023, EJ Solutions Community Committee formed, or they accepted the report that you have in front of you and did more work with social equity. That's what that bullet point is about. Then we fast forward as a committee was doing their work. And again, these were behind closed doors, not open to the public. But part of the work program was to then engage the public, have noticed open public meetings. So anybody in the community, any member of the public could attend the meeting. But due to controversies that had arisen over the La Quinta Hotel project, there was some animosity, for lack of a better word, between committee members. And we received a report that 2 committee members were fearful of having an open public meeting. So as a result of that and doing some more research, we presented to the City Council that, 1, we should suspend the committee because we did not want to engage community members or members of the public into a hostile environment. And so the City Council decided to table or suspend the work of the Social Equity Committee until the La Quinta Hotel issue is resolved. And as you know, today, that issue is still floating out there. It has not officially been resolved. The county's not officially withdrawn their application, although we do know that after a couple of rounds of the home key allocation, the La Quinta project was not funded. But technically, it's still out there because there hasn't been any formal withdrawal by the county of the offer. So that issue is still out there, and so the committee remains suspended. So that just gives some real brief background as to where we are, what we did, and where we are today. And I would say that, you know, the evolution of this committee really became somewhat of a lobbying committee for organizations such as Housing Leadership Council and that type of thing because of the La Quinta project. And so, you know, getting the committee refocused back on the needs of Millbrae community members, I think is very important and something that the council should consider. So with that, Mr. Mayor, that concludes a very brief overview and presentation, and be happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, and just thank you very much for kind of take us back to the memory lane here a little bit for last year and a half in terms of all the where we came from and what leads to the discussion today. But just wanted to, you know, sort of add to it. Just before the Social Equity Committee was suspended, there was a hearing at the San Mateo County Courthouse as part of the La Quinta hearing, where a certain amount of, you know, scuffling, you know, a little bit of a issue, you know, I think happening at the courthouse that require public safety officers to get involved in order to maintain the peace. And some of the members that were involved in that incident might have been part of the Social Equity Committee members. So therefore, you know, in the abundance of caution and ensure everybody is safe, you know, we put a little suspended, we suspended the meeting of the Social Equity Committee at the time, pending the La Quinta issue to be fully resolved so that we can bring this back at a time when, you know, this is a committee that was created to create safe space and open conversation for committee members. So if certain members feel unsafe or felt there is a hostile environment, then we need to reevaluate it, and that's the reason why the suspension at the time. So without further ado, I just wanted to, you know, let the council know and also the public, we receive, you know, the public members multiple times asking for this item to be brought forward for discussion, and there it is. This item will be now in front of us for discussion and to find what is the best pathway forward for the Social Equity Committee. And obviously, I would like to take questions and comment from this council, and then we'll open up for public discussions on the public comment, and then we can bring it back for further. Councilmember Rinaldi.
Thanks, Mayor Fung. I'd just like to offer up a suggestion that we take public comment first to hear from the public before entertaining conversation amongst ourselves.
Certainly happy to do so. Anyone else have any comment before I open up for public? All right, seeing none, we'll go with public comment first, and then we'll come back for some further discussion. We'll start with Mr. Joe Cherisi. Followed by Mr. Tom Brokaw.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Joe Cherisi. I live on Bluebell Court. And as you noted, I've been coming to council for several months to advocate for this, so I'm pleased to see it's on the agenda. Although I was a little troubled in reading the report, seems like rather than talking about just restarting the process, there seems to be some opinion that needs to be refocused, which I'm not sure where that came from, and some doubt as to whether or not there's still a need for this committee. I'd like to remind the council of the extraordinary level of interest that came from the community. There were 74 applicants to be on the committee, and at a time when I know you oftentimes have difficulties finding people to volunteer for some of the city committees and commissions. It's extraordinary to just think that 74 people applied. So I would advocate that there is a large level of interest in this. And I'm just hopeful that the council does decide to resume and not refocus the effort. Wondering what kind of a message would it be sending to those people that volunteered their time if they were not allowed to finish what they started. We really haven't really seen what they were working on. And rather than hearing from me, I'm thinking that this evening several members of the committee are going to come and testify and tell their personal stories of why Social Equity Committee was important to them, what they saw as the benefits, how it might benefit the city of Millbrae, and the progress that they observed in working together in a collaborative way. And I ask that you please listen to their compelling stories and direct the committee to resume its important work. I do have one question that hopefully will get addressed in the council discussion. In reading the report, I'm kind of wondering, whose point of view is being conveyed? In reading the report, I read it, and then all of a sudden there's this statement that says, instead, the committee should focus on working on multi-language materials for emergency preparedness. Where did that come from? Whose point of view is that? And there's no explanation of that recommendation or where it came from. It seemed like totally out of left field. I would say that of course, is an important thing, but you don't need a committee or a consultant to tell you that. It's obvious. Obviously, you would want to have things in multiple languages, but I'm not sure that's, taking a very, very complex topic and simplifying it into one little thing just seemed really strange to me. So I'd like to know whose point of view is being conveyed in that statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cherisi. Mr. Tom Brokaw, followed by Mr. Ken Smith.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Tom Brokaw, and I've been a member of the Social Equity Committee since its inception. I wanted to briefly recount 3 experiences that I had serving on the committee. First is that in all the meetings that I attended, all the participants were thoughtful, respectful, and dignified. I never heard a cross word or something uttered in anger in any of these meetings. Second, I believe that the committee could provide useful recommendations on questions asked to the committee by the city. But perhaps more importantly, I think the committee could raise issues to the city that the city is not aware of. And I'll give you one example. We heard that attendance at public meetings might be improved if free daycare were provided to the parents of children. Another example, during our deliberations, we heard that the students at Taylor Middle School who come from Lomita Park School are treated as second-class citizens by the students who come from other schools. To me, this may be a reflection of how residents of Millbrae who live east of El Camino may be viewed by other members of the community. And this issue, to me, seems very important and worthy of pursuit. Third, I believe that this committee can be a unifying force for the city because it will give the opportunity for all citizens to have a voice. When people have a voice and feel that they are heard, they naturally feel more connected to that community and more willing to be a part of that community. Let me illustrate this with a story. A couple of weeks ago, I was in Nicosia, Cyprus, which is the only divided city in the world. It has a big, tall concrete wall with barbed wire on it, with checkpoints through it, and it's manned by the UN. Now, on both sides of this divided city, there are community members who are interested in working together with the other side to promote reconciliation, understanding, and peace. And in the same way, the Social Equity Committee could be a good way of fostering diversity, equality, and inclusiveness in this city.
Thank you, Mr. Brokaw. Thank you for your time. Mr. Ken Smith, followed by John Chang.
members. I wanted to thank the two council members that replied to me when I sent you guys my letter. I'm going to kind of briefly go over some of the parts of the letter that I sent for the public to hear. To date, the committee had spent $125,000 on this with no tangible results, action plans for the people of Millbrae. We might expect that another $125,000 would just be fruitless to spend money. The purpose of the committee, well intended, but unfocused, I think, in many ways. The committee members are all on board about, they're not sure what their mission statement is. You couldn't produce a mission statement with all the time that they had. You know, it's like, what was their statement? What were they going to do? What was their purpose? After spending $125,000 with a professional consulting company. Seems like a big waste of money. It's worth noting that corporations and government throughout the country are shuttering their equity programs. They find that wasn't really effective in their businesses or in their government agencies. I see it prudent to dissolve the Millbrae's Equity, Culture, Inclusion Committee. I don't think we need to spend another $125,000 on that when we could be doing other projects that are much needed in Millbrae. That is my viewpoints. I appreciate those two gentlemen's viewpoints, and that's what we're here to talk about today, is different opinions. I thank you guys for your opinion as much as I hope you thank me for mine. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ken Smith. Mr. John Chang, followed by Gina Miranda.
Good evening, City Council members. And my name is John Chan from South Ashton Avenue. And I have to declare that. So the following report is from Google and ChatGPT Copilot. So over the past 5 years, no social equity disparities have been identified or addressed in Millbrae. This indicates a well-balanced and equitable community where the needs of diverse groups, including 49% Asian, 31% white, and 19% combined groups of 2 or more races, are met without significant gaps. Consequently, there is no necessity to go through EJ solution to conduct a broad outreach or develop a plan to close any existing gaps. In conclusion, Millbrae's significant Asian population is a clear indicator of the city's dedication to fostering a diverse, equal, and inclusive community through cultural celebrations, economic contributions, inclusive public services, and the absence of social equity disparities. Millbrae exemplifies how diversity can be a source of strength and unity as the city continues to grow and evolve. Its commitment to these values will undoubtedly ensure a bright and harmonious future for all its residents. That's the end.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chang. Ms. Gina Miranda, followed by Mr. Ray Louie.
City Council, Mayor, Vice Mayor. My name is Gina Miranda, and I am representing my neighborhood, Bayside Manor. I've lived for many, many years, and I'm also a member of the Social Equity Committee. I'm here today to promote better outcomes for all residents of Millbrae and to stand up for the key values that we all represent too. When I read Millbrae's website and I see the vision statement there, it says that we will work to enhance quality of life and community engagement. Basically, prosperity. Now, these are not political values. They're not scary woke values. This is what our leaders have signed up to represent. But I do see disparities here in Millbrae, and that's why I worked to help create this committee. I didn't used to see disparities. When I first got asked, I said, no, it's fair. But as the more I thought about it, I can tell you stories about families in my neighborhood who wanted to build a legacy in Millbrae, who built their own businesses there and got pushed out. So here's what we need. We need fairness. I've seen healthy, empowered community work here with this committee. Students engaged also to co-create solutions with us, which, by the way, was the goal of our public workshop before it got canceled. We also need neighbors to be able to make a healthy life here and not worry about the next rent hike that's going to push them out. What we don't need is lip service. Councilman Holliber mentioned this when he was campaigning for office, and I agree, we need that action. And this committee addresses that action and aligns to Millbrae's vision statement overall. When I look at the agenda and the report, it talks about receiving feedback from concerned community members who want to refocus and reduce our agenda. And I'm thinking, are these the voices we want to prioritize? Or are these the same voices that are fearful of the words social justice? One sitting council member told me straight out, I don't believe in equity. But then they backtracked and said, oh, it's a political hot potato, so I'm just careful with it. And I get it, you know, we live in a society today where divisions are intentionally created. I don't want to pursue that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Miranda. Mr. Ray Lewis. Ray Louie, excuse me. Thank you for the correction. Followed by Mr. Vern Bruce.
I'm not a public speaker, so I just wrote down something quick. Okay, I'll just read it verbatim. Good evening, Stefan, Sissy, Ruben, Bob, and Anders. With all due respect to all in the room, my wife and I are 30-year homeowners of this great city, raising two beautiful daughters. In my humble opinion, this committee, item 13, should be dissolved immediately. We need to use our precious resources wisely. For example, our infrastructure. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Mr. Louie. Mr. Vern Bruce. Followed by Ms. Marian Kong.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Vern Bruce. I now live and work on El Camino in Millbrae. My feelings on DEI in general are that it's been quite divisive over the years. I've been in this city either working or living all of my life. Back when I was young, there were definitely prejudices, right, races and whatnot. As the Asian community grew, there were definitely some strong feelings on their growth. I can say that's pretty much all changed. I meet people, different people, every day, and have since I started working at the age of 18. I'd like to see some tangible examples of inequities, because I don't really see many. I've heard a few. I had an incident when I was first married. my wife right here at Safeway. The only time it happened. Since that time, 25 years later, hasn't happened again. But it was obviously an equitable thing regarding her race. I'd like to say that I'm not responsible for anything that my ancestors did not do, for one thing. And that's what a lot of this seems to be. Regarding the example given about Lameda Park there, I respect what you said, but I can tell you I have a great memory to when I was in junior high. The human being is at its worst in junior high, let's face it. Kids will be kids at that age group. Anyway, I just don't want my tax dollars wasted on something. Awful lot of money's already been spent from what I heard tonight already, and I guess is being proposed to be spent. So anyway, thank you for your time.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Roos. Ms. Marianne Kong. And then we'll move on to online speaker after.
He's hearing me again. I can't prepare to speak, but after I heard everybody, I scrapped everything I have in my head. So I'm just going to speak out of my head now. Okay, my perspective is I only look at Millbrae. Millbrae it is. And then I am not letting the county, the statewide, the social equity see to impact me. I'm only look at Millbrae. I lived here for 40 years. I went through every school. And then when the example at Taylor, I was a PTO president there for so many years. And then I greet a lot of Lomita school friends. And then I also greet a lot of minority. I am a Chinese. I am minority at federal level. I am a minority, okay? And then this Millbrae has 49% something of Chinese, and then there's another like maybe 15% non-Chinese Asian. We are all minority. This city is unique. It's composed by a majority of minority. So if you want to look at just the Millbrae, what is the focus on? I just look online. The Millbrae social inequity in the news comparison, the AI comparison, is bare minimum. And if I want to talk about maybe my experience of the inequity, I first moved in here, there's 9 families in Green Hills, and then nobody welcomed me. But I made myself to be the PTA president, okay? So I get to know everybody. I get to welcome anybody. And I found out a lot of social equity people call social equity today, it's all because communication. You don't really understand English fluent. And then that's what helping them is doing by education. So I really please you that $125,000 can pay 5 streets, okay? And also can be count for half of the 3rd deputy cost. Please think for Millbrae only. Leave the county, the state, the federal outside what you're considering. You are responsible to Millbrae only. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kong. We'll move on to online speaker. City Clerk, would you please?
The first online speaker is Joy Pasamante Henry. Please accept the mute.
Thank you, Mayor Fung, Vice Mayor Holliber, City Council members, and City Manager Tom Williams. Hi, Elaine. My name is Joy Pasamante Henry, and I live on Robin Lane. I appreciate the opportunity to speak this evening. I think we need to separate this committee from the temporary housing issue, first of all. I personally was not a part of any lobbying during the meetings. I also attended all of the meetings, and temporary housing was discussed 1% to 2% of the time. I would like to ask all of you to seriously consider the benefits of a Millbrae Social Equity Committee. I was honored to be selected as one of the 15 committee members. There were over 70 plus applicants, which should show how interested our neighbors are in its establishment and formation. For the first few meetings, just to give you an idea of what we did, since they weren't open, committee members from all walks of life discussed what we wanted Millbrae to be in 10 to 20 years. How would we better support our most vulnerable population, our elderly neighbors and young children? How could we uplift existing businesses and entice other businesses to invest in our city? It was wonderful to see community members of all ages, high school students included, discuss hard topics, have thoughtful dialogue, even if we had different opinions. The committee was never allowed to present any of its initial findings. Although the committee can never be an end-all, be-all, it is an opportunity to bridge the silos amongst the existing city commissions, committees, Parks and Rec, economic vitality, planning, etc. This community gives a voice to others who might not want to participate in local government, and I completely understand everyone's concern about fiscal responsibility, and maybe we don't have to use money to build this committee. It would be a shame for the city to diminish the purpose of it and or to decide it isn't important at all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Grace X. Please accept the mute.
Yes, good evening. I already sent the council an email outlining my strong opposition to continuing the contract with EJ Solutions and in favor of disbanding the Social Equity Committee. But I want to stress a few points. First, responding to an earlier speakers about that we had strong interest from the community in participating in this process, having 74 people volunteer their time. Let's be honest, the committee members are paid $50 per meeting. That's not volunteering, that's compensation. And more importantly, the bulk of the applicants were high school students, not a broad cross-section of Millbrae's diverse and experienced adult population. So let's not kid ourselves. I would also ask, how diverse was it? Many of the members are ARC, the Anti-Racist Coalition members, which brought up serious concerns from Gina Pappin during the formation of the committee and picking the volunteers, quote unquote, that would participate in the process. At this point, we've spent half the contract and we've barely had any deliverables. It's 1A of a several part contract. So I don't see how they could complete the tasks without coming for more change orders, as they already have done with a $16,000 change order because they forgot to include that in the original contract. Moreover, the formation of this committee was deeply troubling, that was marred by political favoritism, intimidation, and racialized rhetoric. Let's remember that at the December 7th, 2023 council meeting to approve the participants of this committee, one of the biggest champions is the now recalled council member who had previously doubled down on racist comments and accused critics of engaging in Jim Crow tactics just because they had a different opinion. That's not inclusive, that's coercion. I believe this behavior silenced a lot of opposition to the original committee, and including questionable how 2 people got on the committee after not being on the final list. Let's recall this council member threatened a lawsuit and intimidated and just was hostile to the city manager during this meeting. So I think this process was flawed and it needs to be scrapped, and it's not representative of the entire community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Nathan Chan. Please accept the mute.
Greetings, Millbrae City Council. Nathan Chan, 151 El Camino. I apologize that I wasn't able to make it out to the council meeting today. I would urge the council to continue the work of the Social Equity Committee. There's a couple of points that have been going through my mind as we've been discussing this. First, in terms of what are the results of all the work that has been ongoing to date, it does strike me as very unfortunate that the work was suspended before the work of the committee and the consultant could be made public at a public forum, and the fact that that public meeting has never been allowed to move forward means that those people have not been able to show the work that they've managed to accomplish to those of us who are interested in that work. So I would think at the very least, before suspending it, let's at least give all of us the chance to observe what has been done. And it does feel like there needs to be at least one public meeting in order to share that with all of us. The second thing is that I do think there should be a lot of credit given in how the 15 members of the committee were selected. You know, I'm refreshing my memory, going over the names of the 15 people who were selected, and it is striking to me how many of the names that I do not recognize, even as involved in the community as I am, which suggests that there was a lot of due diligence done to select folks who maybe underrepresented in a lot of our public processes. So I think there is a lot of promise in the work that's being done. And then finally, I want to remind everyone that unfortunately we do have incidents of racism in our city in recent history. There was an op-ed published in March of 2021, co-signed by former Mayor Wayne Lee, talking about an anti-Asian incident that he encountered in March of 2020 outside of Trader Joe's. And within the city of Millbrae, we've also had very large demonstrations about stopping anti-Asian hate. So we know these issues do have affected us in this community, and we need to be realistic about that. So I would urge the council to continue the work of this committee. Let's see it through and fulfill the promise that was made at the outset. Thank you.
All right, the next speaker is Yasid. Please accept and mute.
Thank you, Ms. Trent and City Council for your time. Yeah, I mean, sorry, again, Yasid, 300 block of El Camino since 2019. I don't think I mentioned that earlier. I've been here for the better part of a decade at this point, and I've been a member of the Millbrae community at this point for this long, and since the very beginning, and since before, I believed, and I still continue to believe, that Millbrae is a place where every resident can feel seen and heard and valued. And I believe that this community was created with that spirit in mind. We want to live out our stated values as Ms. Miranda mentioned earlier. Community engagement and quality of life for all, right? So I think it's really important that we continue this work. And I'm open to saying, like, even if we need to, part ways with ENJ Solutions or whatever it is, just being able to, as folks have said, like, present the work that has been done already, I think is really valuable. I feel like disbanding it now, relatively early on in the process, I think is a disservice to everyone. Especially, I mean, I know folks have said, like, oh, it's maybe $80 or $50, whatever folks are getting. Like, at the end of the day, like, what does the city council get? What does the city manager get? What is, like, I don't know, like, what is our budget going towards, right? Like, at the end of the day, like, we want to talk about inequality and equity in the area. Like, one of the previous speakers, who I presume now is my neighbor, I suppose, who lives and works here on the 300 block of El Camino. I don't know about y'all, but like I personally have felt the struggle of housing insecurity, to not really know what it's like to have to be able to pay rent, to know where your next meal is going to come from, you know, how you're going to pay for that. And I feel like if you don't see the inequality around, you're just like not looking. No offense. If you don't see the fact that there are minorities, even if you're, say, Asian, you know, yeah, you know, you might say it's a minority at a federal level, but at the local level, if we're like 50% Asian, you're not a minority. Like, anyway, sorry. I strongly encourage the council. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Yasid, your last name is Castro, is that correct?
Do I need to state that for the
No,
record?
you do not, but thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Ann Snyder. Please accept the mute.
Thank you. To the City Council, I wish you the best of luck. I know that the presentation by staff basically, and it had its beginning in the George Floyd incident, and in racial, but my support all along has been for that, but also, and it sounds so silly saying it this way, for the environment. In my 9 years, what I learned about Millbrae is that we do not get the funding because we're a middle of the road city. We're not anything poor. We're not anything rich. We don't get the share of grants. We don't get the share of funding. And the data supports that. Under President Biden, he had a cabinet level position that did research by census tract of various environmental and social equity metrics. The reason why social equity comes in, regardless of race, is how much money you have and your ability to recover from a disaster, or your ability to put enough food on the table, which impacts your learning ability. But for Millbrae, it's also the amount of noise we're hammered with, that we have been the fall guy for the entire Bay Area in the expansion of SFO, in the expansion of railroads, in the expansion of freeways. We have 2 major freeways within 1.5 miles of each other. That makes us, in a way, no different than East LA. And my hope for this committee was that they would sit down within a social equity framework and look at the environmental data that would then help us get our ducks in a row when we apply for grants. Now, I appreciate every speaker tonight on that, and I wish you the luck with whatever direction you go. But I have a request. As someone who has spent 40 years and has 2 degrees in environmental science and knows that our planet has tipped the tipping point, and I sound like a crazy person right now, but we have missed the tipping point, and we need to be doing a great deal of resiliency work to keep everyone healthy and safe in their homes and workplace. So with that, if you could move, which was stressed the entire time in the formation of this process, was the environmental justice, the environmental equity. Take it out of this solution because it's not going anywhere, and move it over to the Millbrae Community Enhancement Advisory Committee, which by protocol and by ordinance is our environment committee. Let them deal with the data that needs to come out, that gives us the data we can so that we can better apply for grants and regional funding and make our case that no way should the county have taken away a hotel from us when 28% of our revenue is from 8 hotels and not from the 3,500 hotel rooms in Burlingame. Please.
Thank you.
Environmental justice alive.
All right, the next speaker is Karen iPhone. If you could please state your name for the record. Thank you. Karen iPhone, please accept the mute.
Yeah. Hi, thank you so much for this opportunity. Karen Lobo, Millbrae. Good evening, council members. I share the same concerns as many of my neighbors. As mentioned, there's a lack of clarity concerning the purpose of the agreement with EJ Solutions. We listened to former Mayor Schneider, and she's talking about environmental equity. You listen to other people in the community, and they're talking about lack of personal equity, housing equity. The fact that there aren't clear established deliverables is troublesome to me. It seems so unfocused and like an opportunity of a grievance committee. I would welcome the EJ Solutions to present what they have done to date, but I do not support spending any money further until it is clear what the goals are of this. At this point, I think Millbrae, with our limited resources, would be better invested on improving essential infrastructure, such as our roads, our parks, and our public facilities, areas where residents would see a direct and meaningful benefit. Thank you.
All right, Mayor, that's the last public speaker that we have online, and we don't have any additional speaker slips.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the robust public comments from everybody. All right, bring it back to the council here. So, anyone want to get started? Mr. Vice Mayor?
Somebody has to. You know, I think we heard a lot of interesting viewpoints, diverse viewpoints tonight. And in my opinion, kind of everything that I've heard, everything that I have read, and I've skimmed through these various documents presented by EJ Solutions, is I think there is sort of a lack of focus in this committee, and I think a lack of clarity as to what exactly they are working towards. I think it was intended, well intended, I think, and clearly there was a lot of interest from many members of the community. But I think at the same time, you know, times have changed over the last few years. We're not really in the same place where we were 4 or 5 years ago. I think it is notable that, as was mentioned by one of the public speakers, many corporations have phased out their DEI initiatives. I think it's also notable that the 2 council members that pushed heaviest for this committee have both been recalled from office. That being said, I think there is interest. I think there is a lot of, you know, a need to kind of hear out what has been discussed and what ideas that there are from the public. So I'm curious if there is a way, a path forward for this committee to be focused, to be productive, maybe to phase out the consultant EJ Solutions. Personally, I don't support the stipends for the committee members. I would like to, if it's going to continue, I would suggest removing the stipends. It's not something that any of the other city committees and commissions have. And maybe keep it very term limited, maybe to a 6-month window, something like that, to come up with a tangible list of results and a tangible list of recommendations for the council to consider. But I think to let it go kind of in an unwieldy way, run by an outside consultant, I don't think is the best path forward for the city.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Anyone else? Councilmember Rinaldi.
Thanks, Mayor Fung. A lot of my comments are going to echo the Vice Mayor, Ruben Holliber's comments. First and foremost, I want to thank the general public, regardless of what side of the fence you are on this issue. Your comments were heard and they were appreciated. Secondly, I'd like to acknowledge Tom Broker for all the service he's done for the CERT committee. Tom, getting to know you in CERT, I got to see all the fruits of your labor for the many years, and we haven't acknowledged that yet, and shame on us, but thank you. There were some good comments from the public tonight about the time that they devote into these committees. I know there's a small stipend, $50 per meeting, I think it was in the packet. And it's not a lot. $50 isn't going to get you much. But a lot of time and effort goes into these committees and commissions. So I'm very sensitive to that. But also you heard from the public as well that, to my recollection, and City Manager Williams, if you can correct me here, I can't recall within the 4 decades of living here any committee or commission that's been started up to hire on a consultant and receive $250,000. Is that an accurate statement?
Well,
Let's go back a decade. How about that?
we do hire consultants for specialized work, so,
Specifically for social inequity.
no, not for social equity. This is brand new.
So this is kind of an anomaly to see that much money. I will say there was a good public comment by, I believe it was Ms. Pasamonte, saying that, funding aside, if we could still continue this, and that's in the back of my mind as well. But I've also hearing from members of the public who, there was really a handful of items that they were most concerned about over the last couple elections that we had and with the thousands of residents that I engaged with. And the main message that these folks had was lose all the political rhetoric and just go back to the basics and focus on Millbrae. And I can't tell you how many resident requests I've received for repaving roads or issues with the infrastructure, and residents requesting that infrastructure be repaired. And when I think about these comments, some of it has to deal with inequities. I mean, we have residents who are really upset with the water rates raising. And we live in a very expensive area to live. And, you've heard this before, that most people in Millbrae are house rich, meaning that their home values that they've sat on for so many years have appreciated. But these people aren't living a very lavish lifestyle. So when the water rates go up, people have to sacrifice other expenditures to make that meet their budget. So, the focus that I've been hearing more than anything from the public, get water rates under control, focus on taking care of repaving roads, and focus on social services, helping those less fortunate that come into our town. And, it's cruel to just leave them on the street. Try to get to them so they can get the services they need to better themselves. Those are the primary things that I hear most from people. So my closing comments on this issue is, I think we need to separate, comment, kind of rambling here, but one comment that came up was from Mr. Teresi, that it seemed like there was a preconceived notion to take these funds and transfer it over to translative services. I think what we need to do is first and foremost vote as a council whether we believe to continue the committee or commission, and then, based on whatever those results may be, if it continues, great. If it doesn't continue, then I think what would be best advised, in my opinion, be to create a ad hoc subcommittee to work with city staff to figure out what we could do with those funds. Something towards recreational use, maybe. I'm thinking of Marina Vista and how great that day was and all the members of the public that were there. It's very tangible. I know we get a lot of requests for dog parks and pickleball. So that's one idea. Or the other idea that is in the back of my mind from a subcommittee I'm on that I heard was potentially taking these funds and trying to find other funding sources to maybe bring back a social service group like Life Moves to address the issue of helping these folks that are unhoused get the services they need. So those are my closing comments and recommendation.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember. Anyone else? Councilmember Nguyen.
So I don't need to repeat what was said, which I 100% agree with from the two other council members, but I want to talk about going forward. I'm looking over this list of goals here, and it's quite wide. Like the net cast is huge. So we're talking about environment, housing, transportation, technology, race, ethnicity, gender, sexuality, age, language, disability, and there's even a bigger list here, but my point is that I don't know if we can afford to go through this entire list and develop tangible goals. We've already spent $125,000, and I'm kind of wondering how many change orders, it was mentioned in I think one of the public comments about change orders, how many more change orders we're gonna have before we arrive to even a plan, let alone tangible goals that we can see the results of. So for me, my concern is really around how we're gonna spend the city money. We're already potentially in a recession right now, and businesses are struggling right now. I know people personally are struggling economically. So to have this on top of all the economic uncertainty, I'm not sure if that's a wise way to go. I would be in favor of some kind of committee that wouldn't be a huge drain on tax dollars, But again, like I don't think this is the right path forward if we're involving like a consultant firm that charges this rate. So I'd be all in favor of anything but using EJ Solutions or something similar that doesn't have really clear goals.
Thank you, Councilmember. Anyone else? Councilmember Riley.
Good evening. Thank you all of you coming here, share your concern and thoughts. We really appreciate. I receive many emails, phone calls, and testing. All is concerned about the money we spent and how much we're going to spend again. We're a small city. We needed to focus on our Millbrae first. What we need is we need to use the money for, let's say, pay for 5 or 6 road, and spend money for senior and our children, because summer is coming here. So my favor is for this money for Millbrae citizen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councilmember. Go ahead.
I had a quick question for City Manager Williams. City Manager Williams, looking through the packet, curious, taking a look at the supplemental material, there's a lot of, I guess, goals that EJS was trying to accomplish, like clean environment, civic engagement, nutrition. And I wanted to ask you, what overlap is there with city services that are going on right now? I know self-help for the elderly is going on. As far as language and translation services, I believe the city's already made a sizable investment in Wordify or other such services. Can you just give us a little bit of background on the council of where that overlap may be?
Yeah, sure. Councilmember, I think, those two are great examples. Self-help and daily lunch program, and they price it based on somebody's ability to pay. That is not just for Millbrae community members. That's open to anyone that actually would like a lunch that we have in the jacuzzi room. Other programs that we have, you mentioned, we have translation services. We've worked with a company out of San Mateo on the Wordly translation. When we get requests, we retain translators. In terms of access to daycare, we open a licensed daycare center in partnership with Montessori at the Recreation Center. The City Council adopted a 15% inclusionary and affordable housing requirement for all new development. So, I mean, there's a lot in there that we do. There's also a lot of existing resources that if people face housing discrimination, there's resources, for housing discrimination and investigation into that. To your point, I think one of the biggest needs that we have because of the funding that the county took away from us, Measure K funding for the program for Life Moves, that is a program that had great success. Two social workers out at the BART station, during the evenings, addressing the needs of the unhoused in a real-time basis, not a reactionary kind of hot team, 48, 72, 96-hour kind of response. But those are the types of programs that we as staff saw that were very effective. And in terms of the biggest bang for the buck, those are the types of programs, and I agree with that and refocusing on those service delivery programs.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? All right, so this item here, looking at the history of it, I think, and I said this before and I'll say it again, I think we are a minority-majority city. We have a sizable ethnic community, and that's factual. So, by that same token, I think there is definitely a place where social equity can and need to be successful here in City of Millbrae, and those conversations are worth our time to have. Now, having said that, the structure of the current Social Equity Committee, I think it probably can benefit from a bit of a refresh and rethinking. As many of the public comment we've heard tonight, there's deliverable that we were hoping to see, and yet we haven't seen any. So, so therefore that means, a certain amount of refocusing would probably be beneficial here. I think I've said this before, a committee such as this cannot be political. And I would want to make sure and then stress the importance of that as part of the premise. It cannot become sort of a political soapbox for anyone. So with that, this is a committee where committed, passionate members of our community comes out and have a safe space for them to voice an opinion, finding ways to make this community better. It has to do with enhancing the quality of lives of the residents. So, in a way, it's kind of a labor of love. So with that said, I think, many residents would want to do this voluntarily. So I don't see a need for a stipend in order to, incentivize someone to come in and be a part of the committee members. And we've had really, really successful committees and commissions in the city of Millbrae that does not pay anybody a stipend. And they've produced great work. So I think this is one model that we can replicate. And we've seen success in the past, and we continue to see success in many of our committees and commissions. In terms of using a consultant, we have to be very strategic about using consultants in a committee such as this, and I will say that, we have a lot of faith in our members of our communities. Many folks here come out and speak today, they're very passionate about it, and that's why they spend an evening with us. So, I learned to have faith and be able to listen to members of our own community rather than a consultant. So in that sense, I think it would behoove all of us to give our own residents, our committee members, a chance to be productive and not rely on a consultant such as EJ Solution. So therefore, I will say the future of this committee, should we move forward with it, should heavily rely on our own residents and focus on issues that are specific and benefit to our city. So therefore, I would support the idea of terminating the contract with EJ Solution at this time. And therefore also removing the need of having the remaining $125,000 budget within that committee, because I believe those who are willing to step up and serve would not require that. And certainly if they, in the future, should they develop a work plan that requires a certain amount of, funding resources, which we have in the past, that we've accommodated some of those, but usually they are in, hundreds and maybe a few $100s or a few $1,000s kind of a range. It does not amount to hundreds of thousands of dollars. So, and to the point that I made earlier, I think it would benefit all of us to have this committee to come back with a work plan with goals that is Millbrae focused and Millbrae specific. Councilmember Nguyen, a moment ago mentioned all these different goals in many different directions. I mean, we just got to focus here. We have a lot of work to do, and we cannot solve the world's problem, but we need to focus on our resources and our time and our effort on items and issues that pertains to the quality of life of the Millbrae residents. So with that said, I think it might benefit for us to have a subcommittee to kind of iron out some high-level overarching goal, and then perhaps come back with some recommendations, working with the staff to come back with a recommendation on what a, sort of a provisional social equity committee would be, and then let them come back with a work plan that this council can adopt and agree upon. I see this perhaps as a pathway forward for this social equity committee can be successful in the future. So that's my recommendation.
Just make a comment. I think a subcommittee is okay as long as it's fairly short term.
Sure.
Like maybe 1 month or something, because this is a committee that's
Ad hoc,
already been dormant for over a year. And I believe it took about a year of council subcommittee work to get to the point where it was formed. I mean,
I think the last year has been sort of a cooling off period, but given, all the divisiveness and politicalness because of the La Quinta issues that sort of drove this into a bit of a political situation. So, having this, I mean, it's been in dormant for about a year now, right? And, things calmed down a lot, and I think it's a good timing to pick up this conversation to try to find a pathway forward at which we can focus on issue that pertains to the quality of life of the people who lives here. So that's how I see this committee can have a pathway to success and could be beneficial to all of us. Having a subcommittee define some high-level overarching goals and then make some recommendations along with the staff. It'll be short-term. It'll be, 1 or 2 meetings, right? Come back with some recommendations and what a provisional social equity committee can be, what the makeup can be, the head counts and the making of it. It would certainly have to encompass different age groups and different demographics and different districts. We could have 5 districts now. And we have a lot of youth in our community and our seniors in the community. So, and also the business committees as well. So they all need to be included in this future committee. Should we move forward with it? It would need to be equitably represented so that, every voices will be heard as part of that. That's kind of how I see in terms of the high-level structure of it. And then the committee will come up with their work plan to be presented in front of this council for an adoption. Councilmember Rinaldi.
Thank you, Mayor Fung. My only concern is dividing the community. And we've seen how this topic had divided the community. It's been on hiatus for a long time. And my concern of dividing the community by bringing this back is there's a lot of openings right now on other committees in Millbrae that could be filled. And I just don't want to see a lot of overlap going on with time our city staff is spending, our budget. I mean, meetings that we've had recently, we talk about making the budget stretch. And sitting on this side, having to have those tough conversations with the residents when they say, why haven't you paved my road? And why do I have to wait till 2030 before it's paved? It has to do with the one dig policy that we have, because we literally have $75 million worth of infrastructure repair to roads and only $2 million in budget. So I'm not necessarily opposed to doing the subcommittee, but what I don't want to see is a ton of overlap and us not being fiscally responsible with our duty to the 23,000 residents that live here. So I'll finish with that comment.
Mr. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, and I think, to piggyback on that, I think if we come back next month with the subcommittee's recommendations, I think we're essentially going to have the same discussion that we had tonight. We're going to hear from the same speakers, hear the same opinions. I think the community has been heard. I would recommend allowing the committee that has already been appointed. The council was not involved in that. It was supposed to not be political. It might not be perfect. 15 is larger than I would have recommended, but it's already been done. And I think to then go back and ask people to apply, to do all the interviews, that's going to take, I think, potentially a few more months before anything can get done. So I would recommend to say, hey, go for it. We could have a city employee facilitating the meetings on staff time, so we're not hiring the consultant to do it. We eliminate the stipends. We terminate the consultant contract. We may have a few people drop off who were involved last year who might not be involved now. But we tell them, look, we're focusing on Millbrae specific issues, have at it, and come back to us in 6 months with a report.
I'm a little concerned about that model because, you know, I think some of the conversations that I've heard in the past, you know, raised a certain amount of concern about the political divisiveness within those committees. And you know, I said this before at the very beginning, I want to make sure that this committee, and going forward, is not a political soapbox for anybody, and nor anyone using it for any other political purposes. So I just want to make sure that if we were able to get a subcommittee together, like the council subcommittee, to come up with some overarching high-level goal, right? And then we can ensure that those rules applies so that it doesn't go in 15 million directions and kind of get defocused. And so that's what I'm hoping to be able to achieve with that, because, you know, using the existing appointments would likely to result in something similar to what we're seeing today, which is no result. And I'm concerned about that. Councilmember.
Mayor Fung, my memory serves me right. Weren't you on the committee or the Social Equity Club or committee previous?
At the beginning.
And I remember there was conversation about putting guardrails up to make sure that it wouldn't become political. And so I'm curious to hear your opinion and experience from, you know, how the club was formed or the committee was formed, and guidance you may provide back to council, because a lot of us didn't have that experience of being so intimately involved.
I think the challenge there was, you know, EJ's solution kind of took its own course to appoint their own members within the committee, have their own topic, closed-door meetings. You know, the council wasn't even be a part of those conversations. We don't even have a liaison in that committee. I don't even get to participate their discussion. And I think that's kind of the beginning of that problem, right? And so therefore, I feel pretty strongly about removing the consultant at this point. I feel pretty strongly about this council need to make these decisions about, just like any other committee, right? I mean, all the appointments come through this city council body for those appointments. And I think this committee is no different. So, so I think that's, we've had very successful committees and commissions in the city because of these rules. And if we want this social equity committee to be successful as well, same rule should apply. And I'll get to that in a second. And the subcommittee of this council would likely to just provide certain high-level goals and guardrails over these things. And as we come up with a new structure for this, you know, social equity subcommittee, number of committee members, what they need to talk about, overarching goals, and then once we form this committee, then they can come back with a work plan, just like any other just like any other committees in the city. They come up with their work plan, they present it, we get adopted. So that's the model that has been successful in the past, and I believe that that would also be a model that this social equity committee can be successful in the future. Go ahead.
Just a suggestion that if the council were to decide to move forward, listening to all the residents tonight, it's become quite clear that one of the key issues with the committee and the opposition of it has been transparency. You hear, what were the results? What was the work shown with the $125,000 that was spent? And, you know, got to hear before, City Manager Williams, you'd mentioned something about the Brown Act, how this committee doesn't operate within its purview of it based off of structure of it. Can't remember the exact technical detail. But my suggestion would be that if this does move forward, there needs to be some transparency so the residents can see what's going on, what's being spent. I would recommend that the meetings be public. I understand there was public safety concern before in the past. I would sure hope we're not inviting that back again. But I would definitely recommend transparency so people can see what's going on and understand the process.
Yeah, and to that point, right, Councilmember Rinaldi, Planning Commission, cultural arts, community enhancement, all of their meetings, Economic Development Committee, all of their meetings are properly noticed, held in a public venue, and any members of the public can participate. Their agendas are published online. So, that's the transparency or a reassurance that every other committee in the city abide by. And that should be no different for this Social Equity Committee in the future. And like what I said, all these committees have been successful in producing good work plan and making an impact to the quality of life of the Millbrae residents. And by the same plan, same token, and the same rules applies, I would only imagine that the social equity can be productive as well. City Manager, do you have anything to add?
No, maybe just a little bit of data, because I was keeping track of the number of people, 23,000 population, 14 people showed up tonight, online and in person.
Right.
Of that, 5 people were opposed, or 9 people were opposed, 5 people were in favor. So on a 2-to-1, almost 2-to-1, your community is saying, move a different direction, don't do it, spend your money elsewhere. So just food for thought. If we're really listening to the community, are we listening, I get it, we're listening to 5, we're listening to 9. So on a 2-to-1, given the fact that this has been a discussion since late 2020, it evolved. Vice Mayor, you remember, Mayor, you remember the online,
yeah.
We hired and retained nonprofit consulting company, correct? Peninsula Conflict Resolution, to do a lot of listening sessions with students in the community, and then that evolved into this. Maybe the Joe Teresa of the world aren't going to like what I have to say, but I have to be honest as the administrator, which is, listen to us tonight. How much time have we spent on this? What progress are we really making? I would rather take some of the money and do a community survey. So we hear random sample from the entire community as to structure the questionnaire. What are the issues? Because we haven't really defined the issues. All we've heard is somebody that's starting out can't afford a home. Well, that's I was in that boat in 1987. So, I get it. I get housing ownership is a barrier. Maybe a committee like this needs to look at using our lobbyists up at the state of California, effectuate solid public policy at the state level. Housing affordability. We have built almost 1,000 units. Not one of them is a for sale unit. They're all rental units. And so I think everybody understands the economy. How do, people starting out, home ownership, property ownership, you build equity, you start to build, some value in your home. So those are the things that I'm thinking about in terms of wealth, access to housing, our housing stock. Rental housing, as an example, is going to continue to decline people's ability to gain wealth and equity. And I'm just using that, I'm just brainstorming here as an example. Again, Mr. Teresi, I was just using examples as to what I'm hearing in the community. What is important to Millbrae residents? And we've heard that from, some of our community members. And I'll also state, as a city manager, our staff capacity, as you've heard me say a million times, and I think Councilmember Rinaldi mentioned it, $10 a need, $1 revenue. We are short-staffed, our bandwidth, in doing more with less. So I want to keep that in mind as we launch into something brand new like this, that, remember our capacity is thin. So for whatever that's worth.
Yeah, all right. Go ahead.
City Manager Williams, you brought a few ideas or a few thoughts front of mind for me. Over the course of the last year and a half, I literally spent day in, day out through the weekday, knocking on doors, meeting a lot of residents within 3 different districts, talking to thousands of people. And not in one conversation was this the big lightning rod of, hey, this is what Millbrae needs to do. It was more so going back to the basics. One comment that I want to make, and I don't want to pick on any particular group or anything like that, but I pose this question to the council, and especially you, Mayor Fung. Which advocacy groups came to our defense when it came to high-speed rail and the housing that could potentially be generated there now thanks to this new settlement? I pose that question because the response I got back from one of these advocacy groups is that they'd rather see surface level parking. So to that point, I think what I'm really trying to drive home is that Millbrae's doing a pretty darn good job generating housing. We are number 1 on the peninsula for development. And, you know, I know that this committee, a lot of the controversy around it was due to La Quinta, but I really strongly suggest, you know, if we're going to do something with those funds, potentially bring back Life Moves, because as City Manager Williams said, there was really great results there.
Yeah, you know, and as I'm sitting here thinking, just information, as we're discussing this, one of the things with the federal government is the possibility of defunding public television. So MCTV, Millbrae Community Television, if that happens, you know, the access to information through MCTV, these meetings, planning commission meetings, you know, other local events, you know, that's something that we need to think about also as we're looking at, you know, stretching our dollar. Mm-hmm. Is that something that we're going to have to fund to keep MCTV, you know, afloat? If the federal government, you know, does not fund public access and public television any longer. So these are the things that I keep, you know, kind of thinking about that the public doesn't know, right? They're not aware of it, but. You know,
and you brought up a good point about what MCTV, in terms of the role that it plays in our city, right? How it reaches to every single one of our residents, and how to, you know, project our values and our core values, right? And what Millbrae is about. I think that's the role of our own media. And I think we do need to support them, right? So anyhow, you know, without going too much further here, I don't want to, this is how you, I want to make sure we're focused on this discussion.
The digital divide is also still very much an issue here locally, especially with our schools.
And how do people access the digital information, these digital contents, right? Yeah. And how do we ensure everyone be able to receive that same information and reach out to them? Anyhow, so, you know, we've got a very robust discussion tonight, but I think it comes down to a decision as to how to move forward, if we move forward. So my recommendation is to have a subcommittee of 2 council members to come up with some overarching goal for this social equity committee moving forward, with formations, number of people, how to choose, you know, from each district and what the makeup of it would be, and set up some timelines, right? So that this social equity committee, when it's all formed, they can come back with a work plan that is Millbrae focused on issue that addresses the quality of life of our own residents and how to bring about more equity for the people of Millbrae, and not happen in Minnesota or Michigan or New York City or Florida. So that's, and then not needing the EJ Solution as a consultant, nor the rest of the $125,000 budget. Yep, go ahead.
Can I ask a question of legal counsel? If we decided to continue with the current membership of the committee and make it a public committee, public meetings, Would that be allowable since that, if we were to continue with the 15 members who previously were appointed, could they meet in a public setting, noticed to the Brown Act? I'm just curious, since they were not appointed by the council, right, originally, would they be eligible to meet in a public forum?
So, Vice Mayor Holliber, your question is whether the existing
If we weren't gonna
committee members, whether they would be allowed to meet in a public forum, even though
Correct.
they're not a Brown Act body. Yes, there's no requirement.
If we were to terminate the EJ Solutions contract.
There's no restriction against them meeting in a public forum. However, the way it was set up, it sounds like there were some protections for public safety. So the existing members of that committee may have some concerns about, meeting in public, but it's not a legal issue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hearing this a second time now it's starting to really be front and center in my decision-making process, but I'm hearing the word public safety. We've been down this avenue before and had a public safety related issue which put the project on pause. And now we're talking about transparency, which is a suggestion that I had offered, and Mayor Fung, you seemed quite receptive to that, which I appreciate. But then again, what I don't want to have is the city becoming liable because of a public safety issue that happens due to us moving forward with the committee. So my suggestion to the committee, more than happy to make a motion. I think regardless of which way you go with this topic, you're not going to make everyone happy. And to City Manager Williams' comment, staff has a very limited amount of time and resources for us to get the work done that our constituency expect, which is going back to the basics. So my personal recommendation, I'm more than happy to make a motion, would be to not move forward with the committee, repurpose the funds to bring back a social service like Life Moves, find another funding source or revenue stream to fund it. Once again, this committee, when it was really active, La Quinta was going on and seemed like housing disparity was the big elephant in the room, so to speak. So that would be my personal recommendation. I mean, public safety is first and foremost, and I know that could be taken with a grain of salt. Some people may think that it's a cheap excuse to get out of having the committee. But once again, we have to look out for the city. And from a liability standpoint, I would hate to see that public safety become an issue. So once again, more than happy to make the motion, just throwing it out there.
So let me kind of respond to that. How many commissions do we have in the city? 9, 10, something like that? 9?
9, Mayor, yes.
Okay, so did any of those 9 committees that they've been meeting for years and, once a month, right? Or some even, twice a month, like Planning Commission, twice a month. Did they express any safety issues? I mean, they're open, Brown Act meeting, public can participate in a public venue, right? Usually either between the library, meeting room, charcuterie rooms, and, council chamber, recreation center.
Not that I'm aware of, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so, I mean, it is unfortunate that the Social Equity Committee a year ago, certain members within that committee express hostile environment, right? And winds up with a court hearing where there are some, physical scuffles. I believe it happened in the restroom that require public safety officers to maintain peace. I think with, members of the community who are committed to making Millbrae better, who is passionate about enhancing the city that they live in, and civic-minded, and rather than focusing on the political narrative, I think these public safety problem will eventually go away. I don't foresee this being a high-risk committee from a public safety perspective. So I just, and then, you know, as we discussed in the past, I mean, we have many different committees in the city, and none of them has risen to the level where the safety of the members within the committee is at risk. So precisely because some of the rules and some of the best practices that we've been using for many, many years have worked. When EJ Solution came in, they recommended a closed-door meeting. They sort of have a black box in a bit. That's where the problem begins, right? And that's why I recommend terminating the contract with EJ Solution. We don't need it. And we'll do this ourselves with open meeting, and people can have open conversations. And I'm confident that, you know, this council will make good decisions, selecting good members in this committee that are civil, that can agree to disagree in certain cases, and we'll move forward with decisions and discussion that is in the best interest of the city and to enhance the quality of life of everyone who lives here. That's what I believe in. We've done this in the past. We continue to do this in many other committees. This one should be no different. And to your point about, you know, reappropriating some of the funding to Life Move, I mean, Life Move is an important element last year and the year before, and they have been successful, just like the city manager has said. And there's a conversation, there's a time and a place at which Life Move can be funded and brought back and be productive in a city, because it does help alleviate some of the unhoused issue here. But in my mind, I believe that's a separate conversation than what we're discussing tonight about having a social equity committee. So, but I'm happy to have, you know, it's a separate agenda item on what you're proposing.
So then what would be the motion that's being proposed tonight?
I'm proposing a motion where we form a council subcommittee of two, you know, discuss the high-level goals and the formation of the social equity committee without EJ Solution, nor with the $125,000 budget. And then once we have a social equity committee formed with however member that would be, this council will make the final decision on selecting those committee members. And those committee members will come back with a work plan to be presented in front of this council to be adopted. And then we will have a chance and opportunity for the public to be weigh in and ensure that the work plan of the social equity committee in the future is focused on Millbrae issues. And ensuring open transparency and all of that we just discussed today.
And what would be the time frame of this subcommittee to come up with a proposed goal and selection process and criteria?
Within a month?
I heard the
6
vice mayor
weeks?
within a month, but maybe, you know,
Tell us, city
1
manager.
to 3 months, you know, depending on everybody's schedule.
Yeah,
You
I say a
know,
couple
and
of
getting
months.
the committee together. So, you know, no less than 90
Right now,
days.
we're in May 13, so sometime before July, you think? Before the recess?
Yeah, no, yes, I think that's realistic. Yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
sometime before the recess, I'm hoping. Yeah.
I want real expectations.
Understood.
I don't want to say something.
Yeah. Understood. $10 in each and $1.50 in revenue to fund it. Fair enough. That's my motion.
I'll make a comment
Please,
if you want
go
to make
ahead.
a motion on that.
Please.
You know, that would personally not be my preferred path forward for this.
Happy to take an amendment.
No, I mean, I just have a feeling we're going to have the same discussion, you know, a month, 2 months, 3 months, whenever it comes forward again. I think we're going to hear from the same people. We're going to hear the same opinions. Maybe some people will drop off, but I'm just overall sort of pessimistic that we're going to come up with something that again, that satisfies the diverse viewpoints of the community, and that can provide, tangible output. I would just, as a suggestion, I think maybe we sort of reframe this as like a social equity task force or something like that to make it.
I'm happy to rename it.
More task-oriented as opposed to something that sounds like it could become a standing, committee.
I'm open to
But
those suggestions.
I'm okay with that path forward if that's the way that the
Yeah.
consensus of the council seems to be going.
And, it depends on what the focus needs to be. I mean, the name might have to reflect those changes as well. So, I'm happy to have those discussions.
Yeah, I mean, I think just, I don't think too much work has to go into this at this point. I think it just needs to be made crystal clear that we're focusing on Millbrae specific issues within the purview of, the council and the city government, and not, regional issues or greater societal issues. I think it can be kept at that without getting too much more into the weeds.
Thank you.
To Vice Mayor Holliber's comment, I believe you're absolutely right. I think it needs to be crystal clear. Stay away from all the national politics, international politics, regional, just focused on Millbrae. I'd also recommend that the subcommittee bring back its findings as to what it feels the tasks, goals may be, and that the council have a better, clearer understanding of what exactly that group, whether it be a committee or task force, however you want to characterize it, is before we vote to move it forward or not. That would be my recommendation.
Yeah, the subcommittee will bring back the recommendation with the staff report for this council to make a decision on. Yeah, that's what I propose. Do I get a second? All right, we have a second from the Vice Mayor. Any further comments? Can we get your votes, please? City Clerk, please.
The motion to form a council ad hoc subcommittee of 2 council members to develop a high-level goals and formation of the social equity meeting body focusing on Millbrae issues and concern and return to council before August.
Okay,
The motion passed by, I'm sorry, go ahead.
5-0.
5-0.
All right, sausage made. Thank you very much. Oh, yeah, appoint subcommittee members. Do we, no, I mean, the members of the subcommittee, excuse me. City Manager, perhaps there's some direction here?
So if there's any volunteers of the council or any recommendations for appointment?
Okay, all right. Anyone wants to volunteer? I'm happy to volunteer, but anyone else? I'm just curious to an amount of historical perspective on this, because I came from a previous council that has many of these discussions and some of these decisions made. So I'm hoping that I'm hopeful, I should say. I'm hopeful that I could have some input to this. Anyone else wants to raise a hand and help out? I'm easy to work with.
Mr. Mayor, we could also bring this back in 2 weeks if,
Do we need a game of rock, paper, scissors up here to decide this?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to make some decisions so that we can move forward here, because we have another
I'm just
item
saying,
here.
if nobody's interested, maybe continue it, let council members think about it.
I don't want to
or it just
volunteer.
Or it just dies.
I don't want to volunteer anybody, but I know Councilmember Nguyen is the liaison to the future committee that will exist. I know we all have a lot on our
Should
plates.
they exist? Yeah. Would you like to recommend yourself would you volunteer? You want to think it over? Oh, okay. Okay. All right. We'll TBD.
So to take your suggestion, Tom,
We can agendize it in 2 weeks. Council members can think about it, look at their schedules. Summer's coming up. I don't know if people have summer plans.
Yeah, we do have another item we need to get to, and it's a pretty sizable discussion. So, all right, we'll leave it at that, and then we'll move on to item number 14. All right, and the general fund and capital budget study session, presentation fiscal year 2025 to 26, and the fiscal year after 26 to 27.
Mr. Mayor, but before Finance Director Sung gives his presentation. Would you like to take a quick 5-minute break?
Sure,
'Cause I know
absolutely.
Some of the council members like to.
Yeah. Absolutely. Go ahead. We'll be back 5 minutes sharp. All right, we're back from recess. Let's try to wrap up item number 14 here. General fund and capital budget study session.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, due to time, we'll try to, I was talking to staff to be brief. So based on city ordinance,
Yeah.
The city council has to make a motion to go past 11 o'clock, just as a reminder.
Do you think we need more than 15 minutes?
I do, probably 45 minutes.
45 minutes?
Yeah.
So can we have a motion to extend this until 11:30? Okay. All right. Can we get your votes, please?
If we can try to make it a little shorter than that.
All right. The motion is to turn it into 11:30. Here we go.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor, council.
All right.
Do I need
Go
to-
ahead.
Okay. The motion to extend the meeting to 11:30 is passed by a vote 5-0.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to introduce Mike Sung, our finance director, for a presentation and an overview of our general fund, which we will be bringing back to the council in 2 weeks, and then we'll go into some detail with Ahmad Haya, who's our city engineer on the capital improvement program this evening. So, Mr. Sung?
All right, thank you, City Manager Williams. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Honorable Vice Mayor, and Honorable City Council members. Today we're going to talk about the general fund and the capital budget for fiscal years 25-26 and 26-27. I'm going to go ahead, next slide, please. Go ahead and talk about the council goals and priorities that we looked at and set at the strategic initiatives meeting on March 20th, 2025. Some of the things we were looking at are safe and clean city, economic development with an emphasis on fiscal responsibility, infrastructure, sovereign city governance with another emphasis on fiscal responsibility, and community engagement, all things that we have heard today. Quite a great deal. Now on to the operating budget. We're, next slide, please. So we're proposing a 2-year budget cycle and returning back to that. We had started the 1-year cycle when we entered into COVID because of the economic uncertainty posed by the COVID pandemic. As we exited the pandemic, we had also run into some other items as well with the county. But now I think it's probably a good time to actually go into a 2-year budget cycle. For us. It's a little bit more efficient. We'll have multiple updates just like we normally do. Remember, the budget's a dynamic document. It's a plan, and we amend the budget a lot, especially with a lot of guidance from council and as we have better information and better data so we can better inform you. But for now, the preliminary look for fiscal year 25-26 includes revenues and expenditures of about $43.2 million. That would basically adjust our reserves by about $300,000. Our reserves are set at 15%. Over the years, we've accumulated a fund balance, and that's going to be estimated to be about $11.6 million, and this is exclusive of our actual 15% reserve, which is $6.2 million currently. So the reserves are anticipated to increase to $6.5 million in the following fiscal year in 25-26. And our fiscal year 26-27 budget, our revenues and expenditures are going to go up to $43.4 million. Next slide, please. So revenue overview, I had mentioned the amounts for the revenue. The 3 main tax revenues that we're looking at are property tax, transient occupancy tax, and sales tax. So for property tax, we're looking at about 42% of the general fund budgets from property tax. It's the greatest source. It's about $18 million for 25-26. For transient occupancy tax, it's also a very large source. It's at 22%. It's about 9.6. It's looking a little bit flat. Right now, our current budget for this year is 9.6 million. We're not projecting it out to be that much higher next year because there is a little bit of volatility. However, we do think that it'll resume its modest recovery back in 26-27. Sales tax represents 8% of the general fund, and it still continues its recovery as we're still rebounding back. Currently, we're estimating the sales tax revenue to be at about 3.4 million for both 25-26 and 26-27. Next slide, please. So just another aside about the revenue. For license and permits, they're expected to be a little bit lower as our large developments are getting close to completion. That is slightly offset by the few developments that are coming online as like ACLS Icons completing. We're also getting into new territory with like the Office Depot, One Meadows Lane, and also 1301 Broadway. So there's still development activity that's actually happening. Commensurate with that, when I get to the expenditures, we'll see a decrease in the expenditures on the community development side. As we have less license and permit revenue, we'll actually have less expenditures on that side as well. So it's commensurate with that. For rents and interest, the city is projected to receive a one-time payment of $200,000 for fiscal year 25-26. I believe I mentioned this at mid-year back in March, that we originally were looking at receiving that in fiscal year 24-25, but that's been pushed out to 26. It's for a second outdoor electronic billboard for the revenue sharing agreement that we would have with Upfront. Investment income is correlated to the Fed fund rate right now, and it's increased significantly from the beginning of COVID, I would say, but it's kind of hovering around, and we anticipate that it's eventually going to decline again. So right now, the interest rates are paying pretty decently when it comes to the actual investment income for now. Next slide, please. So now I'm going to talk about the expenditure overview. And the expenditure overview, we're really looking at public safety costs. Those are the main increase in expenditures. And they're increasing by about 1.3 million in 25-26 and 1.1 million in 26-27. What this really correlates to is fire services, which is provided by CCFD, or the Central County Fire Department. You're going to see about a $500,000 increase for the contract itself, and then our CalPERS pension costs, or the unfunded actuarial liability, will increase by approximately $200,000 in 25-26. And in 26-27, it's really just the contract costs because of the way that the unfunded liability actually works. We're not anticipating an actual increase in that for 26-27, since there were generally favorable returns back in 23-24. For police services, those are going to increase also by approximately $600,000. $500,000 of that is for the contract. Approximately $100,000 is just the unfunded liability, or the CalPERS pension costs that were incurred from before. And for 26-27, it's anticipated increase by another $500,000 in contract costs, but nothing on the UAL level. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned before, we're looking at about a $300,000 decrease in community development, commensurate with the reduction in development activity. We're also recommending to continue to pause the funding in the unemployment fund and the workers' compensation fund for both fiscal year 25-26 and 26-27, as we believe we have sufficient fund balances through those 2 fiscal years. Next slide. So this is a pie chart that kind of shows what the revenue distribution is. You'll see property tax, which is in blue, at about 18 million, sales tax at about 3.4 million, that's 8%, and then 22%, or the TOT, is about 9.6 million. Next slide, please. So this kind of highlights what the actual revenues look like and the projections out for the next 3 years. Property tax is actually composed of many components in itself. We also look at sales tax and transient occupancy tax as well. There's other department revenues like licenses and permits and charges for services, before we head to some of the other revenues, which it would include use of money, which is basically rent and interest, and then our grants and intergovernmental. Next slide, please. Now we look at the expenditure pie charts. So as you can see in red, fire, or CCFD, or the Central County Fire Department's approximately 29% of our expenditure budget, or 12.8 million. And police is approximately 26%, or 11.2 million, which is in green over here. And then all the other components, like public works, is 11%, or 4.6 million. that compose of our general fund expenditure distribution. Next slide, please. And so here is the actual values we have. What we're really looking at here is you're going to see like public safety for fire and for police. They're going to go up approximately 5.7 or 5.8% in the next years. A lot of that's due to the contract costs. Some of it's due to unfunded actuarial liability, those pension costs that we have. Next slide, please. So I wanted to mention about property tax and how much, or how little, I should say, we actually get. If you actually look at the pie chart here, for every dollar that we get in property tax, the ad valorem, or the 1%, Millbrae gets a little bit less than 16 cents. You're looking at 15.787. Let's just call it 16 cents. How does that actually translate? Next slide, please. On a $2 million home, if you're paying $20,000 in property tax, the city gets $3,157. A lot of the property tax actually goes to the county. About half of the property tax goes to the school systems. So the county gets about 28%. The school systems get a little bit over 50%. So we get a very small share at about 16%. That's how the distribution actually works for property tax. Next slide, please. Sales tax. So another small distribution. The city only gets 1% of the sales tax. Of our sales tax, which is 9.375%, most of it actually goes to the state. Approximately 6% goes to the state. Then it's subdivided, the county gets 1%, and then transit gets a pretty good portion as well. I believe it's 1.375. If you go on to the next slide, you actually see a little bit more of the breakdown. You'll see that the city gets 1% of the 9.375. The state, if you add all of those together, is 6%. County gets about 1%. Half of that is for the Measure K, that the half cent. If you look up where the transit agency information is, like Measure W, 0.5% there. Transit agencies, or San Mateo's transportation, is about 1.375%, and that includes the 0.125% for Measure RR that was passed recently. Next slide, please. So this is how much capital we're looking at in the general fund. About $250,000 in streets, a little bit over $250,000 facilities, $400,000 in parks, and $455,000 in storm. So how does that actually pan out? If we go on to the next slide, we'll look at the transfers in and out. We get in about 2.8 million. That's what's projected for next year from other funds for cost allocation. We're also looking to transfer out, and we do subsidize certain functions like recreation, for example, about 1.5 million out of a $3 million budget. So that's actually pretty decent recovery. If you're looking at a 50% cost recovery for recreation, I'd say you're doing pretty well. Usually you want to be a little bit above 40%, so 50%'s, I mean, I think our recreation department's bringing in a pretty good amount of revenue to offset some of those costs. Another portion of that's the field license agreement. I believe this year we got about $153,000 from the school district, so they're helping to contribute to that. Also for storm drain, a big portion of that is actually capital of 1.2 million for next year. So 455,000, we're looking at a couple programs that I'll actually hand off to Ahmad to have him actually describe that. Speaking of which, when we're actually looking at a lot of the money that we do receive for some of the other funds, we're actually very low when it comes to our debt. We've refunded our debt back in 2021. We saved about $4.5 million on some of the sewer bonds. We have two separate sewer bonds, the 2018s and the 2021s now. And so the purpose of debt really is to help pay for large costs that you can't really buy outright per se. So that actually was really helpful in getting it started for the sewer system. And when we did refund it, we actually were very fortunate. We got our rating our credit rating increased from AA minus to AA. What that really translates to is if you have a better credit rating, you can borrow money at a cheaper rate. So basically are trying to save everybody as much money as we can. You know, our recreation, as I want to go back to that, that actually really goes towards our youth and adult sports and our senior programs as well. So that's actually a very good system that they actually have there. So after talking about all this capital, I'm going to pass this off to Ahmad to help him guide you through our capital budget.
Thanks, Mike. Ahmad Haya, City Engineer. Jump right into it. Next slide, please. One more slide. Give a quick overview of the purpose of the CIP program. It's intended to outline a multi-year plan for constructing and maintaining our infrastructure. It also prioritizes projects. And it also programs and phases projects over multiple years so that we can take a project from planning, design, permitting, construction, and then eventually to maintaining and operating. We also, with the CIP program, we plan and purchase equipment, capital equipment, and we also initiate studies, including condition assessments, capacity analysis, and verification, so to verify what we need in terms of our assets and making future improvements in our CIP program. Next slide, please. I want to first start off on the projects that we have accomplished so far. On the slide on the left is the Nearshore Outfall Project, which was actually mandated by the state as an additional outfall discharge point from our water pollution control plant. On the middle slide, you have a new pavement, new surfacing at the middle school, at Taylor Middle School. And on the far right side, we just opened up the Marina Vista renovation project. I just want to make a note that two of the projects here are noted as APWA projects of the year in the categories that we submitted in. There's actually 3 of them. We also were awarded a project of the year for the drought-tolerant landscaping projects that we have up front. So we have 3 projects, and we're pretty proud of ourselves for accomplishing that so far. Next slide, please. We also have a 2023-2024 pavement project that we've completed, and we've already installed 9 speed cushions in the city, so in this 1 year. So we went from having 2 speed cushions to already having 11. So we've accomplished that, and this little quick map shows the location of the quick build projects. Next slide, please. We have several projects that are ongoing. We expect to have these completed before the end of the year. On the left is the Marina Vista Sewer Replacement Project. It's currently paving in the Landing Lane neighborhood. We have the EV charging station that is constructed at the courtyard. And yesterday we passed the electrical inspection, and we hope to energize the EV charging stations at the City Hall. So there's 2 separate projects there. Quick note, we expect to have the most EV charging stations in the county with these 2 projects. So last slide on here, the last picture on here is the Millbrae Transit Center. We expect to have this project completed next month. It's to build a micromobility hub at the transit center in downtown, in the transit center here. Next slide, please. We have projects that are encumbered, but we expect to start them but not finish them this year, and that includes the Bayside Manor renovation project. We have a project starting next month. We have the contractor already under contract, and it's about $1.5 million. And we also have the Hacienda Lift Station project that is out to bid right now. We expect to get bids before the end of the year and have that closed out. These 2 projects here showing the Bayside Manor Park. And we don't have a picture of the Hacienda Lift Station. It's expected to be a pipeline replacement project, so that's not shown here. Next slide, please. We also have the sludge thickener project that is under construction right now. This is a picture of the sitting on top of the digester viewing US 101. On the right side is the thickener building. We also have the recycle water project. We're rolling those, encumbering those funds for next year. It's a grant fund. We have a pavement rehabilitation project that is commencing soon. And we also have, with partnership with Hillsborough, the Hillsborough High Line Water Transmission Line. It's a large federally funded project that we want to continue with, and that's to continue with the design. We also have, right now, we're actually in the same council meeting, we just awarded a contract for the PRV replacement project. So, next slide, please. Moving on to now appropriations. Next slide. We intend to award a design contract for the Mills Estate Park Improvement Project. We also have a Japanese garden that we would like to move beyond conceptual plans and also obtain grant funding. Right, please. We'll also be starting on the Spur Trail connectivity project. We received a grant for that, about $900,000. This will take it to phase one. We're showing on the picture on the left side the first segment. There's 5 segments to that project, and we intend to at least start in design and construction for that project. And that's also a picture of the Spur Trail. I want to differentiate between the Project 9, which is the Spur Trail Landscaping Enhancement Project. That's part of the Community Enhancement and Advisory Council Committee work plan. That's separate, and that's for the landscaping, whereas the first one is specifically for the trail. So just want to distinguish those 2 projects. Also want to highlight there's a pet run for locating and designing pet runs in or unleashed areas in our other parks, in future parks. We also have Central Park has additional security upgrades. So next slide, please. There's parks, other projects that we intend to commence with. This is for the design of the Green Hills Park children's area. And we also intend to do shade structures. The big item I want to highlight is the El Camino Real Landscape Medium Project. That'll be the phase 1. We intend to go through design and demolition of the landscaping there and have some irrigation there. So we're working, have the designs completed, get the permits, and do some construction. So that's the intent with that. Next slide, please. The facilities fund, we have some library refurbishment, including on the HVAC systems and some painting, and some building security improvements, which is usually with the panic buttons. So that's under the facilities fund. And then the garage fund, we have additional vehicles we'll be purchasing. We intend to purchase a sweeper and an F-150 and 3 F-250 trucks. We're just showing right now what we purchased this year, which was the back truck and an F-150. So moving on. Next slide, please. Moving on to the sewer projects, sewer fund. These are the routine and annual projects that we have. This is part to be in compliance with our regulatory requirements and our permits for our water pollution control plant and sewer system. The slide on the bottom shows an overview of the water pollution control plant, which is located at the courtyard. Next slide, please. We have several sewer projects that will be under design. We'll have some capacity upgrades and sewer replacement projects. We also intend to commence with the Madrone force main pump station. That's part of a larger, potentially $4 to $8 million project to replace both the force main and the pump station. We also are in a multi-year effort to improve our SCADA, our supervisory control and data acquisition. That's $600,000. And then we also have a large project that's going to be near downtown. It's we intend to award this project, or actually advertise this project this summer, which is the Lower Hillcrest sanitary sewer replacement project. Next slide, please. So we have some project at the water pollution control plant. The first 4 projects help reduce the amount of liquids in there, so we have less to process at the water pollution control plant, and they'll be going to construction. And then on the bottom are some engineering work at the other engineering work that we have to do at the water pollution control plant. So, next slide, please. Moving on to the stormwater fund, the big item that, as Mike was mentioning, there's some funds going into the stormwater to help do some projects. The bigger project will be the stormwater pump station at Lomitas Canal or Highline. As you can see on the picture on the left, it's located between the Lomitas Canal and the Highline Canal. On the picture on the right, you'll see the opening of the wet wells. And the structure actually on the right is the SFO building. So we have a joint facility where there's 2 pump stations, one run by City of Millbrae, one run by the airport. And so just want to make sure, sometimes you may hear it as SFO pump station, but there are actually 2 different pump stations at that location. Next slide, please. Moving on to the Streets Fund, we have the annual sidewalk maintenance repair program. We've commenced with the council approval this year, one area, one zone, in Zone 2, and we intend to move on to Zone 6, 9, and I believe 5 is the other zone. So we intend to do about 2 zones on average. We have 10 zones in the whole city, and we plan to go round robin around all the neighborhoods with this program. We also have, as part of our ADA transition plan, we have about $100,000 that we want to set aside for other projects that we're doing to replace our ramps. This is required as under the American Disabilities Act to allow access for all people. Next slide, please. We have several traffic safety and traffic calming operations. We intend to have the largest project actually is a grant-funded project, the $750,000. The slide on the bottom is a sign with a rapidly flashing beacon. We installed about, as I mentioned earlier, 9 traffic cushions. This is a picture of Helen Drive that we just installed. And on the picture on the right is a safe route to school crosswalk that's at the Lomitas Park Elementary School that we jointly did with San Bruno. Next slide, please. We have several paving projects that we intend to do. Two of them right now is one underway, and actually 2 that we're planning to do, which is the Green Hills pavement area. And then also we want to do the annual slurry project as well. So those are the 2 first slides. The third project, Millbrae Downtown Specific Plan, is intended to improve site furnishings and lighting and benches in the downtown area in compliance with the specific plan. Next slide, please. Yeah, we also have some spot projects that we want to do as part of the streets. We have the Millbrae Avenue Bridge Bicycle Path for crossing over US 101. We have an Avador Bridge replacement, which is a seismic upgrade for design of that. We also have a Skyline Drive. As you can see in the picture, there's an unstable slope on Skyline Drive that we are monitoring, and we have some protections in place, and we want to put some funds away just in case we need to move the project and it deteriorates over the winter. So that's what this is for. We're also commencing with the Urban Reforestation Program. It's a brand new program, and it's also in compliance, or I guess supports our climate action plan that we heard earlier. We also intend to update our streetscape and standards and details so that we can help guide and upgrade our improvements on our right-of-way. Next slide, please. This slide is specifically to highlight a program that's going to be implemented later on by council, but we want to set aside some money, the actual funding to be determined, but for the parking meter, we put in this CIP program about $850,000. So just want to bring that out to your attention that we have $850,000 in the CIP. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the last slide on water. We have several water replacement projects. The first one's for construction, and the other 2 are for the design. We also have, similar to the sewer system, we are upgrading the SCADA. So in conjunction with that, the water components will help be upgraded as well. We also have a large project that we intend to do this summer as the Broadway water main replacement in conjunction with future projects in the downtown area. That closes out the specific details of the CIP program. Next slide, please. I want to give you an overview of the schedule. We intend to go to the Planning Commission to review the CIP in conformance with the general plan. And then on May 27th, we'll come back to City Council to discuss the water, sewer, and recreation fund specifically, and also have departments do their presentations on their projects for the year. And then on June 10th, the intent is to adopt the operating capital budget. Okay. Next slide, please. We go with the staff recommendation, which is to hold a study session to review the proposed fiscal year 2025 and 26 and fiscal year 2026-27 general fund and capital budget, and to provide staff direction. Happy to entertain any questions you have.
Okay, thank you, Ahmad. And that's the end of the presentation.
Yeah, just real quick, Ms. Ray, that's a lot of information in a short amount of time. I also just wanted to address, because I know Councilmember Rinaldi and I have discussed our current CIP. And so, for example, I know Banbury Lane is very high on the priority list for paving. And that's not part of this program because it's already funded. And so I think bids are out, and when is the bid?
We intend to take either next council or in June, so we already have the bids closing on that.
For the contractor to start that paving project. So that's why you don't see it in this proposal. I just wanted to mention that.
So then what we're looking at is for the next funding round?
Correct.
Got it, okay. And one quick question for you to, sorry, take the lead on this. The daylighting with the street curbs, is that itemized on there underneath?
So you're talking about the bulb outs for the traffic calming and?
Not necessarily the bulb outs, but the 20-foot rule where an intersection
Park,
is?
can you talking about?
Oh, it is not.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it can be included as part of other projects. You're talking about the recent new state law and part of daylighting. Yeah, and that we've.
Sorry, I'm working with the sheriff's office to bring actually a policy to the city council. Because, I know there's been a request, but to paint every curb in the city red 20 feet. And so anyway, so we're looking at it with the sheriff's office, and we'll be bringing back a draft or a recommended policy to the city council shortly.
Okay. Last question for me. Regarding the reserve and Mike, I know we have a 15% reserve you had mentioned in the first slide.
Correct.
And then you'd mentioned that we had some money left over from budget from the last cycle.
Yes.
What's the total of both combined? Because I didn't catch that number.
It was 11.6 for the general fund balance, and then it's 6.2 currently. So that's a total of 17.8 right now.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions?
So
Councilmember Nguyen.
So Mike, you mentioned the TOT. Do you foresee that dropping going forward?
I don't currently foresee it dropping. It's a little bit flat right now. It had gone up a little bit. It's flattened out a little bit. I do see it being relatively flat. Now, that can all change depending on what's happened because things have been a little bit volatile. But I think we need a little bit more data before. As I said, the budget's kind of a living, breathing document. It's a plan. If we get better data and we see something actually happening, we'll be back with updated.
What about a situation where TOT does drop, and how does that affect our balance?
But it depends on how much it would drop by, I would suppose. But currently we're balanced. If it does drop, we'll come up with an action. I'll work with Tom and back to you.
Okay, thanks.
Real quick comment. I think I saw it in the packet, but just going to ask it anyways. Those projections that you have for revenue that'll be coming into the city, does that include new buildings like Icon and some of the new developments that are going on? Is that part of the projection?
Some of it does. It usually phases out. It takes a little while because once the property is assessed, they always take the assessment as of January 1 before it goes on to the next fiscal year. So it takes time to actually have things move up.
Any other questions? Okay. Anyone else on this side? Okay, fair enough. I don't see any speakers' lips. I take it there's no public comment. City Clerk?
That is correct. We do not have any public comment on this item.
Thank you. Closing public comment on this item. We're about 11 minutes. So if there's no further questions, I think they're seeking a direction and an approval.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is just an information item this evening. If there are no comments, then just note receipt the file the report, and we'll be bringing back in 2 weeks the public hearing for the general fund budget and then adoption of the capital improvement program.
Okay, all right. Go ahead. All right, we got a motion from Councilmember Rinaldi and also a second from Councilman Nguyen. Your votes, please.
Item number 4 is received by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you very much. Takes us to council comments. We got about 10 minutes. Anyone else?
Start them off real quickly. Just want to thank city staff for all the hard work that you put in for Bicycle Rodeo as well as the art exhibit show. Attended both events, absolutely fantastic. Can't believe we ran out of helmets so quickly with Bicycle Rodeo. And for anyone who's never been to one of the art exhibits or is considering the art committee, can't recommend it highly enough. The artwork that was being turned in by the students, absolutely phenomenal.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Nguyen.
Yeah, I had a chance to attend the senior luncheon today, and I felt it was a good way to connect to the seniors and see what their concerns were, at least on the state level. And one of the things that came up was transportation, right? Like there was, I think, shuttle in the past that they wanted to see again, and I had to explain to them, there's cost implications, right? Getting people to be able to drive that full time and even maintain a fleet. I did have a chance previously, I think last week, to do a ride along with Waymo in San Francisco. They are expanding operations, and it could be a potential partnership that we can investigate. And one of the benefits of working with Waymo is that we don't have to maintain a fleet. We don't have to, it's literally a robot taxi, so you don't have to hire people. It could be very cost friendly, especially given our budget. So I think, Tom, I talked to you about this, but those are things that maybe we could investigate in the future. That's all I got. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? All right, so if there's nothing else, we can adjourn the meeting tonight at 11:22 p.m.
And Mr. Mayor, I would just like to give a shout out to Councilmember Rinaldi's niece that did a very noble thing at the bicycle rodeo. She was randomly drawn in a raffle to win a bike, and she donated it back to another child. So
Oh, nice.
I thought that was, how old is she, 11? 9 years old, and she did that. So I think that's deserving of some recognition there. So a nice thing.
It's always nice to see members of our community giving back. Very well. All right, anyone else? Any final comments? Meeting adjourned at 11:23 p.m. Thank you all. Good night.